Welcome back. This is episode 2 of the Ashes of the Republic trilogy. It's been delayed a bit because of reschedules and technical issues along the way. This one is titled Lost Gifts, and we've got our trio of shadier figures, a couple of thieves and the like in the group. Tonight's episode we'll be picking up 4 years later, so we are now in 10 BBY. For those who are keeping track of galactic events and that sort of thing in the timeline. The group has been working on and off with each other over the last few years. They've made some money, they've made some contacts and that kind of thing. One of the big events that has occurred here recently is that Jax has finally gotten a lead on the partner that double-crossed him. The interesting thing is that whenever he was pursuing some information about a possible job, her name come up, so it went from a interesting job to a we got to take this job, and so they are now in the group will now be in the process of trying to make the connections to get the job. It is working for a group called the Black Sun Syndicate, and apparently there is a ship that they want stolen. And so that's what we're going to be starting off with them making contact about that. But real quickly, let's have everyone introduce their characters again for those who have forgotten who you're playing, what their thing is, and plug whatever channels you want to plug.
All right. I'm Nathan, and I am playing Davron Mundy, Cerulean. Kind of an outcast former Jedi Padawan. And he's the one that normally gets his hands into everything, dirty-wise.
Alright, I'm Sean. I run the channel The GM's Dice. I'm playing tonight Sean Roar, a Keldor big game hunter / archaeologist. He believes that exploring and hunting give him the freedom that the Empire would take away from him, as he's not one of their favored humans. So, yeah, that's Sean Roar.
Hey guys, hi, I'm Alan. I'm representing the What the Dice channel, and also the GM's Dice, because that's awesome and has some great games as well. Today I will be playing Jack Skrilla. He's a human thief, but he's a high-end thief, not the kind of like gangbanger 7-Eleven type stick-up dude. He's got class, you know. He's a techie, and there is no security system in the universe that he can't bypass. Yeah, and basically he used to work with this Twilight called Maxina. You know, she was like that typical femme fatale, you know, combined beauty and seduction with her already, you know, great thief skill set. But on the heist of a lifetime, she betrayed him and left him to be caught by the authorities and made off with the swag. But it's been his mission to find her and hunt her down, and now he's got a lead, so let's see where that goes. Hope you enjoy.
Alright, so as I mentioned, their latest contact for a potential job, for one, that of course is always something that they're keeping an eye out for, is with the Black Sun Syndicate. It is a Rhodian fellow by the name of Lebo. He is a middle management type fellow who runs a nightclub on Coruscant. The thing of interest, of course, to Jax is the fact that this particular job, apparently several teams have or are being dispatched, and one of those teams seems to, the description fits what he remembers of Maxina fairly well, so he's got a personal interest, not just financial interest. So, anything in particular you guys want to set up as you're heading into this nightclub to meet with this guy and try to figure things out? Anything you want to research before, etc.?
No, not really. Just got my basic gear with me. Looking good. Hair's done nicely. You know, looking rugged, ready to enter the club. See what's up.
Yeah. Any other details on Lebo? You said middle management.
He is considered. I mean, like I said, he's middle management. He's not one of the really upper echelon of Black Sun by any means,
Okay.
but he is considered reliable by most. He's got something of a reputation as a information broker and a club runner and that sort of thing. That the jobs he's got, they pay well because he is with Black Sun, but screwing him over usually ends with someone disappearing because it is Black Sun. So.
Roger that. Any other? He has an acquisitions job for us then.
Yeah, he's got a job. There's apparently something that the word is out that basically they are looking to steal a ship, and they're looking for a team that thinks they can take part. They think it'll be a multiple stage process. They're looking for some people that with piloting skills, some people with actual slicing and getting into the ship skills, that sort of stuff. So there's various parts of it, and it looks like it is the type of job you may work with a bigger team than normal, but like of course, everyone likes to hire on in that sort of environment with some people they know already.
Right. Okay. All right. Yeah. Yeah. I'm working on keeping my low profile.
All right. Sean, anything in particular you want to get before we get into?
No, nothing I can think of.
Okay. Alrighty. This club is, I mean, it's a nicer place. It's not your run-of-the-mill, like, dive bar type place. This is somewhere where higher-end, shady individuals might come, that sort of thing. As you are entering, you actually see a familiar face on her way out of the club at the moment, which catches some of your attentions more than others, obviously. But the vice senator that you did the job for before is actually leaving the club. She is on the arm of someone who does not look like he's a senator or military or anything along those lines. He actually looks more thuggish than most. But she seems to be having a good time. When she spots you, she gives you guys a polite wave of recognition, but not one that's like inviting you over or anything like that. So.
Hey, Jax will just kind of like nod his head in like a way of kind of acknowledgement.
Okay.
Yeah, but keep it cool.
Alrighty, as you make your way in, obviously go into the club, get a drink or whatever, and that sort of thing, and pass word to the appropriate bouncers that you're here to meet with Lebo whenever your appointed time is. Eventually, I mean, he doesn't keep you guys waiting too long, but there is you are at one point approached by one of the bouncers. The bouncers in this club are mostly, almost all of them are alien, but a lot of them are the near alien species like Zeltrons, Arcanons, that sort of thing. A lot of the clientele is still human here, or the near human species as well. So it's kind of unusual in the current political climate for a club to be completely owned by. I mean, they basically have to have a human population involved in the management at some level or another in the galactic affairs at this time. But eventually, you guys are led to a VIP room. There's like one of those private bars that's smaller. A Zeltron male is manning the bar, and in the room you see this individual. There are also a couple of security droids posted up. There's like a disco droid going that's making some entertainment, and you can hear some of the music coming from the club proper. But it is very muted. It's clear that the walls are almost completely soundproof, and actually it may be completely soundproof, and they may just be artificially piping the noise in to give that feel. But this guy, upon seeing the three of you, stands from where he's seated at one of those nice, like he's got one of those nice round couches that are sitting there, and he's seated, and he stands and motions for you to have a seat. Asks if you would like any beverages brought to the table.
Jax will say, Corellian whiskey on the rocks, shaken, not stirred.
He just kind of nods to the bartender who starts making the drink and whatnot. Dav or Sean, do either of you chime in that you want something?
Keldor and Monda.
Okay. And they start making that as well.
I just want water. Anytime I get around alcohol, things start going wacky.
All right. They bring you a water. They make sure it's the clean, filtered kind, not the dregs of Coruscant kind. He says, I understand that you are interested in working with us. You come highly recommended by the senator that recently left the establishment.
Well, if you want the best, you've come to the right people.
Yes, yes. Well, it's rather interesting, you see. The information that is out there, the rumors that I'm sure you've heard about the task involved, is a little bit misleading. We're not looking to steal a ship. Exactly. And he just kind of waits to see what your reaction to that is.
Exactly.
See, it's a derelict. We have salvage rights to it, and we are looking for. We've got a few specially programmed droids to handle the repairs of the ship, but we are looking for a group to make sure those droids arrive safely and that the salvage operations go unhindered.
I think, Lebo, maybe you've been misinformed as to what we actually do. We're thieves, we're not couriers.
Nor are we bodyguards.
There are security measures on the ship, though, that will need to be bypassed and secured.
Now you're talking.
At least there could be. He does, and like his eyes get a little big when Rodians already have big eyes. There could be, and so we want to make sure we have the right individuals so that we do not space the valuable cargo that is believed to be on board.
Why is this ship derelict, and what system is it in?
The why is a little unclear. As far as the where, I can tell you the sector. It is in the outer rim, near the planet Tatooine, but by no means is it even in that system. It's in that sector. It is the why we are interested in it, of course, is it is believed to have been the property of a late Hutt who has possibly had unique treasures aboard.
And these treasures, is this the cargo you wish to acquire?
Yes.
And can you give us more information? Are they legal, illegal?
It was owned by a Hutt.
Right, so probably illegal. At the end of the day, I just don't want to find out that this cargo had tons and tons of spice. We're not drug dealers.
No, I don't believe there are very many biological agents involved. This ship appears to be 80 or 90 standard years old.
Wow. And do you have
By
a
a
name of
late
this ship?
hut, I mean like a while ago.
A while ago.
And in all this time, no one's taken steps to acquire the ship for themselves.
Uh, that would be inaccurate. It was lost. We have found it in a nebula.
Okay, and can we expect any other salvage teams who are attempting to get there before us?
Before us, no. We have secured the property. It is possible that another team will take
No
interest
disrespect,
if you do
Lebo,
not
but
work quickly enough.
just because you've got the permits are just pieces of paper. You know, there could be very well other people that are trying to get their hands on it, and they don't really give a fudge about paperwork.
Right. We have the permits to be the legal salvagers as far as the Empire is concerned, but then again, it is on the outer rim near Hut Space. I'm sure there is a child or grandchild of the slug that will take interest at some point or another if he finds out.
And do you have a name for the ship?
The ship is the Smuggler's Jewel.
Alright, and after he gets the information, Davron starts with his data pad and starts scanning through files.
Okay. That'll take a little bit since it's old information.
Right.
Jax will just pipe up to his comrades and he'll just be like, never ceases to amaze me like when people name their ships. I mean, how much fun must that have been every time he wanted to get permission for landing? Aye, this is the Smuggler's Jewel. It's like, inspections team, anyone?
Lebo chuckles a bit at that. Keep in mind, though, the Hut's moon is named the Smuggler's Moon. So, I mean, if it doesn't go outside of Hut space normally, then that's not an issue, I would imagine.
Yeah, this is true. The slugs only care for one thing, wealth. In that respect, we've got similarities.
They also are very gluttonous, most of them.
I have a sneaking suspicion you're leaving things out. You keep throwing around if and you suspect, and for being with the Black Sun, a syndicate that prides itself on information and knowing what they're getting themselves into, you seem to not know a lot.
He says there are several questions up in the air, and someone has to be the one to gather the information in the first place in such situations. The other thing is, until we have come to terms on the actual details, I don't want to give too many details away. We would hate to have to hire bounty hunters because you decided to steal it out from under us, for example.
You've got all the answers, you just haven't got the right answer.
You run that same risk whether you give us the answers and information or not. You are dealing with thieves.
Yes, but
professionals.
Professionals.
There is a. I mean, you are dealing with the Black Sun, though. I'm sure you don't want to make an enemy of us, even if you don't want to be our best friend.
No, nobody's looking for enemies. We're just looking to be on level terms.
And a large payday, speaking of which.
Whichever of you do one of you actually want to make a negotiation roll, or do you want to just hear what his opening terms are, or what with the pay?
I want to hear opening terms before I start trying to negotiate.
Yeah, that'll do.
He says, we are prepared to pay in a variety of possible ways. You already mentioned you're not interested in spice or drug-related payments, although we do have plenty of interest in such fields that could pay in that method if you chose. We are prepared to offer, well, are you interested in weaponry, colony resources somewhere, company stakes, a ship? What interests you as far as payment?
Speaking for myself personally, and I can't speak for my comrades, but credits spend everywhere. But maybe perhaps there might be a sub deal to be made with my two colleagues here.
Jax speaks truth. Credits spend.
Yes, credits do spend everywhere, but having the contacts to purchase what you want with them does not travel as easily. So, if you simply want credits, we are prepared to offer credits for the job. There are two other individuals that will be part of the team. They will be the pilots, and one of them has skill sets in overseeing the droids that are undertaking the repairs. For the 5-man team, we're prepared to pay each of you 25,000 credits.
That's certainly a sizable chunk of change, but I've got to stop you there. Who are these other two people? We're a very tight unit. We always work together.
Right.
Outsiders that are unknown to us?
They are established members of the Black Sun, we shall say.
And what's to stop the Black Sun, once we've done our job for those two members, from deciding to make us disappear? We don't know these people.
The same could be said of you towards them. They don't know you either.
Yeah, but as you said, they've got the might of the Black Sun behind them. If they disappeared, we'd have questions to answer. You know, what's not to stop you guys saving 75,000 credits and jets us and our quarters into space?
A fair question, but it's not good for business to unwarrantedly space potential assets.
Actually, yeah, Jack's then look at Sean Ra and look at. I'm assuming he's armed in some way, and he'll just go. Actually, we are useful assets. And give a little chuckle.
Potentially useful, at least. This would go a long way to proving your use.
Well, if I might have a moment with my colleagues to confer, and I'll call like a group huddle.
He gets up and walks to the bar, and when he does, the ambient music in the room picks up a bit in volume to where you can't hear him talking to the bartender, but you can see him talking. So that it's like he's intentionally getting up and moving away to where you have that security and whatnot.
Yeah.
Okay, so Jack's will kind of cover his mouth in case anyone just kind of lip read or whatever, but group huddle, just be like, what do you think, guys? 25,000. Nice chunk of change each.
It is a nice chunk of change, but there are too many variables that he's not sharing. With such a lack of information, I feel 25 isn't quite a large enough chunk.
And we're contending against Huts. That's never good.
Look, this is the Black Sun we're dealing with. If we start making unreasonable demands, what's to stop them from just, like I said, just once we've done our part, what's to stop them from just disposing of us? I'd be happy with 25, variables or not, but I get you. I get your point. He's holding something back.
I'm checking his data pad. I'm hoping that I can track down something like a manifest.
Okay, give me a as far as finding information about this person or the ship, it's only going to be a difficulty 3, but because of the age and the fact that you're just working off the data pad, I'm going to give it 3 setback dice.
Okay.
So if you've got things that offset that, then obviously you can offset it. But
could I use an underworld roll to see if I've heard of it, like in the past?
The ship itself won't have much of an underworld thing. Plus, it's been almost a century.
Yeah,
So,
that's a good
how
point.
about shooting lore?
History would be lore, but I mean, this thing isn't historically significant exactly. I mean, computers will let you research it.
Okay. So we do just computers check then?
Yeah, computers difficulty 3, so 3 purple dice and 3 setback dice.
Okay. Let me double check on one thing here, make sure I got the. Okay. Yeah, all right. Sounds good. All right, let's see what we come up with here.
So what are you thinking, Shanra? We should ask for more?
All right. That's a lot.
I'm thinking at least 35.
Obviously, the more the better. If we can get them to agree to it. I mean, personally, I'd be happy with it, and I don't think that I could convince them necessarily that we're worthy of more. But if you think you can get more, please by all means.
Oh, I doubt. Honestly, I doubt we'll get more. But I think if we agree to their 25 too quickly, it will look bad on our behalf.
So maybe we pitch it in a different fashion, because it's not that hard for them to actually turn our information over to other authorities. How about we take the 25,000, but we want them to secure our anonymity. Basically, our involvement, they're not tracking our involvement. We show up, we do the work, we get our pay, and that way we don't have to worry about the huts. We don't have to worry about anybody else coming down because we weren't originally there. So last thing I want is Empire tracking me down and trying to evict me.
All right. So, and it doesn't look like you got any successes on the computer's check.
No, I got a threat. That was it.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, you get off on some tangent. You find like something named the Smuggler's Jewel. It's actually a gem, and like your Wikipedia search doesn't work for some reason. You can't find anything on the ship.
Wikipedia.
You're like, this isn't what I was looking for. Oh, yeah. It's a parody. Great.
Yeah, okay. So, yeah, I guess the only other question I have would be in regards to the droids. The droids are there for something. Did they say they were repairing the ship?
Yeah, repairing. But, like, once y'all discuss, let me know when y'all are signaling him to come back over to talk with him more or whatever, because so far y'all are just talking amongst yourselves still.
Right. I don't know. I'm good. I understand taking 25,000, and I understand Keldor's position and not being too hasty.
Either way, I'll follow your lead, Jax. But I just think if we agree too quickly, we may look a little worse off for it.
As I said, look, my skills aren't in negotiation. Mine is securing the merchandise. If you feel that you can get a bit more, I'm fully on board with that. But at the same time, personally, I'm happy with 25K.
All right, so y'all talked about it a little bit. Y'all signaling him back over to talk about it further. Is anyone actually taking the lead in like trying to talk him into the not either more credits or the anonymity that Davra was mentioning or something like that? Or are you just going to ask and see what happens, or what?
Probably just
To do that.
probably just ask.
All right. So you're asking for a bump to 35,000 each, and for secured anonymity regarding the mission. Is that what y'all?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm fine with that.
The Rhodian kind of listens to that and thinks about it, and he reaches up and he touches what you can see is the equivalent of a Bluetooth comlink type thing, and reiterates what you've said.
Yeah,
To
Jax will
someone.
just pipe up and just say, like, you can get some cowboys for 25k. If you want it done right, you'll pay the 35. We're worth every credit. So relay that to your bosses.
He relays the offer, and he comes back and says, the securing of the anonymity is not a hard thing for us to do, and actually may benefit us in the future if things go well. Then we would want to work with you again sometime or down the road, possibly if the right job came along. 35k. I tell you what. Here's what we'll do. We will pay you, the three of you combined, 25,000 now, and then we will pay you 20,000 each upon completion. So basically, you're coming out 20 grand ahead as a group over what the original offer was.
Yeah. Jax will look, nod at his companions.
Yeah. We're good.
At which point he presses a panel on the table in front of him. A small tray lifts up, and he reaches in and he grabs you can hear credit chips of different kinds and makes and whatnot in there, and he pulls one out and he extends it to the group of you. Accepting this chip from my hand locks in the contract. Breaking it at that point would be not in your best interest.
Shunrar, he'd reach out and take the chip, and he'd just kind of look at him, and he'd say, "Well,
Then
I
he'll
do things all the time that aren't in my best interest." But
to which the Rhodian laughs, like a hearty laugh at that. As he presses that panel back down, and he reaches in under his lapel and pulls out a datapad insert chip. Here are the coordinates for where your destination is, the research that we have done thus far, as well as the rendezvous coordinates for the ship that will be taking you there, and your other two crew members where you'll be meeting up with them.
What are their names?
He says the first of the two is a human who has done some piloting in the past for the Empire. His name is Rosh, Rosch. And the second is a Twi'lek, male, named Vibo.
Any relation?
Not that you're aware of.
No, I mean for you, like Lebo and Bebo. Just like looking
Oh,
at it.
no,
Any
we're not in the
relation?
same race, dude.
Okay, so he's the
So-
droid guy. Do you have
Good.
any hollows of them, just so we know what they look like when we meet them?
No, but also we're not giving them hollows of you. We're just telling them, giving you rendezvous coordinates and a time, which is 48
And is there
hours
some
from now.
look? We ain't a cowboy outfit. I'm not just rocking up to somebody and saying, "Hey, you Russian Bebo." You know, they could be anybody. We need some sort of security, some sort of password.
You have the security codes to enter the ship are in the data information.
Yeah, and I need confirmation from them. Like, if I say Flash, they say Thunder or whatever. You know what I'm saying?
He laughs a little bit at that. Says, "What security information would you like? What would you like the security information to be?"
Okay, well, when I meet them, I'll say Lester, they say Square. If they reply with anything other than Square, we walk away, the deal's off, and we keep the credits. Agreed?
I will pass that information along to them.
Fantastic. And before we leave, speaking of Twi'leks, there's an old acquaintance of mine that I'm looking to refamiliarize myself with. Twi'lek with the name of Maxina, similar profession to my own. You'd know it if you'd met her. Good
All three of you
looking.
can make a perception check. Difficulty 1 red, 2 purple.
Ample bosomed.
Oh wow.
Alright, so we've got Nathan. Davron apparently is still trying to figure out what the hell is going on with this porn parody that showed up whenever he looked up the smuggler's jewel, trying to get his data pad to turn off. Alan, you got 3 successes, and Sean, did you roll, or is my dice roll messed up again?
Working on it.
Okay. Okay. So his response to the question about Maxina is that you are the second person today to ask about a Twi'lek by that name, and I have never met one that I'm aware of.
Jackson's eyes will narrow slightly when he hears that and
Yeah.
say, "Who was the first person?"
Jax, you also pick up on, with the 3 successes on the perception check, you pick up on the fact that he is not being completely honest whenever he says that. He is being mostly honest, but not completely. Oh, Nathan, you hadn't rolled yet. That was an old roll. Never mind, I'm sorry. Okay, so you got 3 successes and a triumph. So you pick up on the idea that he's not being completely honest with that statement as well, and you have the option to use the triumph somehow.
I'm gonna. I lean over to Jackson. I'm like, you want the information?
Damn right I do.
What force powers do you have?
I have sense.
Do you have the
So
one where you read their emotions?
No, I have seek actually. I can find lost, something lost or forgotten.
You know what? I'm going to suggest an idea with the triumph that an image like whenever Jax says who was the person that was asking about her earlier today, like the Rhodian basically kind of shuts down with the whole. I mean, which is kind of the response you would expect from this type of individual. He's not going to start talking about other people he's dealt business with throughout the day. But like he becomes so focused on not giving anything away that through the Force you actually get a mental image from that because of the triumph. Like you can see the image spring to mind. You don't know who it is, but you've got an image. It is a armored individual.
Armored? Oh my god.
So you can't make out the race, but the individual in question is wearing a dark gray, heavy combat type armor. You would probably describe it as bounty hunter-ish as far as the look about him. And that you get the like, you know how in movies sometimes whenever they have like the image spring to someone's mind, like the the just raw tone of how the person who's thinking about that person kind of feels about them.
Uh-huh.
You get the idea that
Yeah.
Rodian's terrified of this guy. And you get the idea he doesn't scare easy either.
Right. Understood. I'd like Jax. He's not going to give up anything. Let's be on our way.
Jax will just slowly sip at the whiskey and just be like, "Are you sure you've not met her before? You see, your voice tells me one thing, but your body language tells me something different. You know where she is."
No, I do not.
I feel that he's lying.
Not about that part, no.
Okay.
You get the idea. He does not know where she is.
And you've never, and I'll just follow it up with, and you've never met her.
I have never met a Twilight by the name of Maxia.
Maxina.
Maxina.
Is he lying about that?
Either. You get the idea that he's not actually lying, but that there's nothing that says that there might be a Twilight that he suspects is named that, who was using an alias with him. It's that type of, like, he's lying by omission, basically.
Okay, well, Jax will just say, well, listen, she might, if she ever comes here looking for work, she's bad news, and you'd be doing well if you'd share that information with me should you ever run into her. I'll make it worth your while.
At that, he raises a glass towards you, kind of in a toast, and he says, "Most beautiful Twi'lek women are bad news."
Jax will give her a right chuckle and just say, "Tell me about it," and tip it, and chink his glass.
All right.
All right.
Good to go.
Yeah.
All right. So as you guys make your way out of the bar or the nightclub, go ahead and give me a vigilance test, difficulty 3 purple, and 2 setback dice because of just the noise and randomness going on in the nightclub.
Oh my goodness, yeah. Somebody's rolling big. Let's see.
All right, so as you guys are leaving, Alan, you notice that you guys are being tailed. There is a human female that is following you guys as you make your way out, to the taxi stand, basically, or whatever, to head on about your evening. She is dressed as you would expect of a nightclub goer and that kind of thing, but you pick up on the fact that she is only pretending to be inebriated by some method or another, drunk or otherwise.
Okay, how far behind us is she?
Like if you're actually at the line waiting for the taxis type thing, she's probably 4 groups back type thing.
Okay. Well, I'm going to kind of lean in close to the boys and say, don't look back, but we're being tailed. Human female, a few groups back, trying to look drunk, but she's clearly on our case. I suggest we all split up, and we'll meet back at the ship. I guess we're going to, Josh?
Well, you guys have got the information, but you haven't all read it yet, so y'all probably would have to rendezvous somewhere else first.
Okay, so have we got some sort of hotel, or?
I mean, you can go to Tink's Bar if you wanted to. That's somewhere y'all all worked out of before that y'all know your way back to, or you could just... I'm sure y'all have got several places in town that you frequent whenever you're... I mean, even just having dinner together, whatever the case may be, so...
Cool. Okay,
we show up at the senator, the senatorial building.
Well,
right,
look,
because that won't be suspicious at all.
Yeah, we need to go over this information we just received. Where do you think is a good place for us to rendezvous without too many prying eyes?
Let's let's hop the shuttle, and we'll make the decision en route. Dad pulls out his data pad and attempts a data transfer between the two.
Jax will just kind of like put his hand on the data pad and say, "Put that thing away. Not out here. Anyone could be watching. Look, where are we gonna meet?
I'll see you at the usual
Zeke's
spot.
Zeke's bar, yeah?
Sounds
Right.
good. I'll see you there.
All
And
right,
Sean would break off then.
yeah,
Okay.
keep an eye out. She can only follow one of us, okay? And if she follows you, try and accost her, find out what she's doing, but don't take her back to Zeke's bar, whoever she follows. See you there in 30. Agreed?
Agreed.
All right.
Alrighty, so. Alright, so I'm assuming, are y'all going to wait and take different taxis, or is like one of you standing in line and the other two going to start walking and hoofing it
I'll walk
to
off.
another?
As I say, I'm walking. As soon as we agreed to meet at Zeke's, I turned and broke off, sort of going back the direction we came from.
Dav is in the taxi line still, and the other two of you have split up in different directions. So we'll say that Jax went right and Sean went left. So one will be Dav, two will be Jax, and three will be Sean. Three. So she starts following Sean. Which she waits a little bit since there's the taxi line and whatnot, and then she kind of makes a like the line's going too slow as Dav gets in his taxi and like takes off after Sean heading towards the left to see if she can keep tailing him. Alright, so Sean, are you going to actually try to lose her, or are you going to try to dip around a corner and then confront her, or what do you want to do as far as that goes? How do you want to handle it? Or at least what's your plan anyway?
Initially, I'm going to try and lose her.
Okay.
And if I can't lose her, then I'll try and confront her.
Alright, so for losing her,
You're gonna go with the chase.
I would say you can either do it through, I mean, stealth or deception are probably the best two skills to roll for that.
Stealth.
Okay.
I got Master of Shadows.
Okay, so stealth, and we're going to call this 1 red, 2 purple. You'll get a boost dice because you know who it is that's tailing you, but she's going to also impose a setback dice because she knows exactly who she's following. So it's one of those that circumstances could influence on either of your behalf in that case.
Okay, well, with Master of Shadows, I get to decrease my difficulty by 1 for suffering 2 strains. So would that take it down to 3 purple, or a purple and a red?
Does it decrease the difficulty, or does it downgrade the difficulty?
Let's see, let me read it again. What's per round? Decrease, so it'd just be 1 purple and
So
1 red.
1 red and 1 purple, yeah. It knocks the purple off.
Purple, 1 red.
Which in some ways is better, in some ways is worse, I don't know. It's one of those decrease versus downgrade. I haven't done the math on which one's actually more advantageous sometimes.
And you said it was 2 setbacks?
No, 1 setback and 1 boost.
1 setback. Oh, and I get 1 boost on top of what I already had. So
One of those things, the actual circumstances could benefit either of you or hinder either of you. So.
And of course, the dice roller hates me for advantages.
4 advantage. Hey, it could be 4 threats. I mean, hey, you never, you know. I mean, all right. So you did not succeed at completely evading her, but you almost lost her because it's kind of a wash on the success versus failure.
Can I say that I'm able to sort of duck in behind a corner without her knowing exactly where I ducked in at, so that way I can kind of confront her?
I'm fine with saying that basically what we'll do is the advantages will be that you ducked around a corner and she knew where you went, but her timing on like she thinks you're still basically jogging on ahead, and you realize that you're not actually losing her by movement, so you actually are able to set up an ambush, and so you'll get a surprise round on her using those advantages. So
Okay.
what you choose to do with the surprise round is completely up to you. but you do successfully set up that type of moment where uh, you aren't successfully stealthing. So like, it's not like she's gonna run past you and you can lose her. It's that you duck around the corner and she thinks you're half a block on down the road basically, and you're like right there, ready to surprise her.
Okay. So let's see. Okay, so like as she comes around the corner, knowing that I'm down this way, but not knowing that I'm right here at the corner.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. Yeah, like as she comes around the corner, I want to basically grab her up and sort of put my Corellian cutlass to her throat, sort of thing.
Okay, so you're gonna like jump in behind her and just kind of threaten her and try to keep her quiet to find out what's going on.
Yeah.
All right. Let's call that
Coordination.
Actually, I'm just like the surprising her. I've given you the surprise round, so we're gonna call that a coercion roll.
Coercion.
As you try to intimidate her into being quiet.
Okay.
So coercion difficulty will be 1 red, 1 purple.
All right. I am going to spend a light side.
Okay.
Because I'm not that well at coercing people.
Success in
All right.
threats. All right, so that means you successfully intimidate her. The 3 threats, though, I'm going to say you take 3 strain. As she initially, before she realizes there's a cutlass involved, she initially struggles a bit and like elbows you in the rib cage and stomps on a toe, basically. But then once she realizes there's a cutlass involved and not just like someone trying to manhandle her, she calms down and says, "Whoa, whoa, whoa."
And Sean he'd sort of grunt, sort of, "Oh, all right, woman, why are you following me?" Don't lie.
Why would I lie? I'm here on behalf of someone who wants to hire you.
He'd sort of press the blade a little tighter against her neck, and he said, "I said not to lie."
I'm not.
Then who?
And she does not seem to panic at the blade part whenever you use the I said not to lie part as the emphasis.
Then who?
She tenses at the blade, but I mean, like, she's not panicking.
Then who? And why didn't you go through the proper channels?
The proper channels would have attracted too much attention of the wrong kinds.
Then who?
I can't say on the streets. There's too many years.
Then
It's
we're
a consortium.
done.
It's a consortium. I can't tell you which one, though.
Then we're done. And he'd sort of shove her away and back out into the crowd again.
She starts following you again.
All right.
And I mean, she's not like making any attempts to hide it. She knows that you spotted her. You say she's done, but she's got a job to do, type of thing. So she starts following you again.
At that, he'd calm Jax, and he'd inform Jax that this woman claims that she's been sent to hire us, but she won't tell me who, and she's still attempting to follow me.
So you confronted her. She told us that she wants to hire us on behalf of someone, and she's still following you after you made it clear we weren't interested.
Yep.
Knock the bitch out.
Okay.
Jack's out.
All right.
So what is Sean's answer to that?
Sean's answer to that is a blaster pistol.
Okay.
He'd stop dead in the middle of the street and he'd pull the blaster and aim straight at her.
All right. So if you will roll cool for your initiative, she's going to roll vigilance to see if she notices you drawing the weapon before it's too late and whatnot. So you won initiative. 2 successes and an advantage to 5 advantages. So you'll get to turn and shoot first, if that's what you choose to do.
He'd give her one last warning. I told you, we're not interested.
Okay. She, at that information and the drawing and pointing a weapon at her, let's see, how would she respond in that context? She starts to draw her own pistol and says, "Fine, it's the moon's."
What do they want? And to hire us isn't an answer.
Ship. Actually, I just suddenly second-guessed myself on something.
Follow me.
She starts following.
All right.
Or continues following you, I guess.
Yeah, as I say, it continues. And at that, he'd calm Jax again and tell him that Zeke's is out. It's going to have to be somewhere else.
Why?
She gave a little more information when confronted a second time, and I think that we should hear her out.
Okay,
But I don't want to bring her to our usual spot.
Okay, well, if you think that's the best thing to do, you want to hear her out? If you want to hear her out, I'm prepared to listen, but, okay, you got...
I didn't say she still wouldn't get dumped in a dumpster.
Yeah, let's kind of talk in person. I don't trust these comm links. Okay, let's meet at is there like a kind of quiet kind of bar where we wouldn't be disturbed, but
yeah,
somewhere that we know of.
You guys are professional. Y'all have got a couple of different meeting locations. Some of them are more secure than others, and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I just don't want to take her to Zeke's, which is our safest of safe places.
Yeah, exactly. So just some. I want to base
Somewhere where
message
there's a
down.
back room, y'all can have a conversation that you can pay off the
Pretty
bartender.
much, yeah.
that kind of thing.
Okay, so if
Dab's
give us
already
a name so I can message Davrom and say change your plan. We'll go in here.
Let's go to Coles.
Coles, that'll do. Yeah, let's go to Coles. And I'll flag a taxi. Well, I'll look out for some sort of
Okay.
transport. And after I'll call Davrom and tell him.
Sean, are you taking a long enough away to guarantee they're there first, or do you want to ride first, or what?
Oh yeah, we're gonna take a nice long way. I mean, we're gonna double back a few times, enough to where she would even sort of begin to probably get suspicious as to knowing what I'm doing.
You know what? I'm gonna do something funny here. Let's see here.
Did you say it's funny?
So as you start like doubling back, and you got like the longer stride, so she's working at keeping up with you a little bit and that kind of thing. Finally, she's like, "If we're going to calls, shouldn't we have turned right back there?"
Yeah. I've only been there once before. I got turned around.
Oh, okay. She's like, "I'm pretty sure it's 3 more blocks that way." She got 2 successes on her knowledge underworld.
Okay. I want to see something else first too, though.
Okay.
And he just sort of walk by this random like apartment building or whatnot, and sort of look up at one of the windows, not actually knowing anybody that lives here, and just okay, they're home, and then head over to calls.
Okay. Fair enough. All right, so Jax and Davron, y'all get there first. Y'all do anything special to set up or anything like that?
Just take a quiet booth, somewhere near the back.
Okay. You actually want a booth, or do you want to actually get the back room?
A back room if it's available. No, a booth, because the back room might be booked or something. Just a booth.
Okay.
Somewhere near.
Yeah. I do a quick sweep of the table and check for anything other than odd chewing gum and whatnot.
Well, you find some other substances that you're not really sure what they are, but no untoward bugs. So you guys get there without too much further problem. A few minutes after you guys have got there, like y'all have had time to actually order your drink and have it delivered by the time Sean and this girl get there.
Yeah, as we walk in, I'd begin to head toward the table where they're at, and then sort of stop and usher her on ahead of me.
Okay.
Actually, before they sit down, just as part of the setup, Jax has got his classic Han Solo kind of blast the pistols already drawn, but under the table.
Gotcha.
So, yeah, it's in my left hand. So.
I was going to say, it's sort of the same thing that Sean's doing. He ushers her on ahead and then puts a hand on his hilt and all that, and without actually taking the blaster out, just sort of tips the holster to where it's pointed at her.
Yeah, mine's actually out in my hand, but just under the table.
She sits down, knowing that she's outnumbered and that realistically, if you guys wanted to turn on her, that she wouldn't get far. She actually takes the inner seat at the table to where Sean is actually sitting beside her with the two of you across the booth farmer type thing. So she is actually sitting on the interior. She says, "Sorry about the weird approach. It's not my normal method of approaching someone.
What is it you want? By the way, your technique sucks. We spotted you a mile away.
As I said, it's not my normal way. I've been asked to make you an offer.
What for?
A ship that you've been hired to retrieve.
Jax will sigh deeply.
A lot of people involved in this.
Yes, there are, and you haven't even met them all yet.
And who is it you represent?
I represent a consortium of moons. Before the Clone Wars, some of them were in charge of the intergalactic banking clan.
What's their interest in this ship?
The ship was... The cargo is something that they consider valuable, that they want back.
The cargo being...
The successful raid of one of the banking clan's secure depositories by the Hutts.
Yeah, the credit limit was way too low.
Jax will kind of glance at his companions at this, because like the Zebo or Lebo was like kind of coy on telling us what's on there, but now this chick's saying there's like some sort of safe.
No.
Some sort of...
No.
They cracked one of the secure safes and took all the safety deposit boxes.
Right. Okay, I see.
So, yes, they want them back.
And
or specific ones.
All of them.
Is there anything else on the ship?
Oh, I'm sure there's other things on the ship. Freaking Hutt owned it. They're.
I can see how losing all this would be a major source of embarrassment for your clients. Secure bank getting raided. So, what's the offer?
They are prepared to either give you or auction and give you the proceeds of
safety deposit box. Like the new.
My note file is deciding it wants to take its time in opening right now. I don't know how computers can do something.
They're looking to get the materials back, and then what? Your client is planning on auctioning off.
No, some of them need to be returned, and some of them have extended contracts that still need to be upheld.
Understood.
They are prepared to offer you a YZ-775 medium transport, or the proceeds of its sale.
And all your clients want is the safety deposit boxes back, correct?
Right, the cargo of the ship.
How big of a ship are we talking about? What?
The freight?
This is a 90-year-old ship. Is this like a light freighter?
No, it's actually a pleasure yacht.
Okay.
Okay. Well, we will discuss and get back to you if you got any contact details. Should we choose to accept?
She pulls out a piece of flimsy plast with a com code on it. Says you can contact me at this com frequency.
And your name is?
one of those things.
Sorry, GM.
Bera. B-E-R-A.
Vera. Okay, Vera, thank you very much. We'll take you off under advisement. Last question before you leave. Twi'lek, Thief, Maxina. Ever heard of her?
Yeah, I think so.
You have? Jack's kind of like picks up at that.
Mm-hmm.
You think so? What do you mean you think so?
Blue skinned? Or is she green?
Blue?
Yeah. So, like, I do
I'm
know
trying to remember the
Twilight.
picture you showed me. You showed me a
Yeah,
picture ages ago. I think she was blue.
She says, yeah, I'm familiar with her.
Do you know where she is?
Not at the moment, but I might be able to find a lead on it. One of my other clients is looking for her.
At this, does Davron's spidey senses start going off?
She seems to be being honest right now.
No, I'm more like her other client. Does that like images of the armored guy
No.
pop in?
No, that doesn't pop in here.
Wow, we got a fourth player on this one. That's funny.
Okay, well, do me a favor. Try and locate her. At least get me a solid lead on where she is. If you do that, consider those lockboxes yours.
Very well. I will put some resources into finding her then.
Fantastic.
Do you want her alive or dead?
Oh, very much alive.
That'll be more difficult, but okay.
Whoa! Don't harm a single long thing on her head.
Dangly things.
Yeah.
Sean, give Jack sort of look at Liku.
Yeah. Funnily enough, I wasn't interested in what was on top of her head, but what was below her neck.
Okay. One of those kinds of relationships. Gotcha.
Oh yeah, very much. We got a lot to discuss, a lot to talk about, a lot of.
I'll see what I can find for you then.
Thanks to catch up on. Vera, thank you very much. We'll take you up into consideration. With that, you may leave.
She looks to Sean at that point, waiting for him to get out of the booth seat so she can get out.
He's not got a pen in.
He takes his time, but he does eventually get up and let her out.
Okay. When you do, Sean, as she starts to walk away, then she stops about two steps away, turns back to you, Sean, and hands you something.
Okay, he takes it. What is it?
She says, "You might want that back."
Oh, mate, she's done you like a kipper.
It's the energy cell from your blaster pistol. Whenever you have the saber to her.
I like this girl.
Yeah, he just sort of nod to her and he'd look down.
And she's like,
Mighty Shonra's been unmanned by a small girl.
She turns and heads away at that point.
Sean would sit down and he'd sort of shrug. I'm used to hunting animals.
Jackson grin.
So
Animals don't try to take your energy cell usually.
No.
Maybe your arm, but not the energy cell.
Very tactful. Yeah, these YZ-775. That's kind of an older ship.
Yeah, but did you see the price tag on it?
Yeah, even used it's $350 in the thousands, 350,000.
Yeah, used.
Yep. But I mean, it comes with quite an armament too. So I mean, this is what Davon. While they're carrying on conversations, he's running up specs and details.
He's like, wow, that. I mean, like your offer from the Black Sun that y'all took the 25,000 from totals to 95,000.
Right.
And they're offering a ship that is easily worth 4 times that, if not more.
International Team Clan. Well,
Right. Hang on. Before we discuss anything, let's head back to
you want to go back to Zeke's?
where's the bar? Where's our usual?
It's Zeke's, isn't it?
Yeah, Zeke's.
Zeke's.
No,
Yeah, let's head
Teeks.
to Zeke's.
Teeks.
Teeks.
Let's head to Teeks and we'll discuss this.
Okay.
Alright.
And we'll fade to black there. I'm going to spend a destiny point. And for our viewers, the heroes will not have picked up on this, but as they make their way to Tinks, they have an eye in the sky, a small probe droid that follows them. One of
No
many
perception
droids.
checks?
It's just a plot point.
Not this time. Alright, fair enough.
Alright, so you make your way back to Tinks, and you get sat down. Tink, it's one of those places he doesn't even ask you what your drinks are. He just sets them in front of you basically, as you head toward the back room, and whatnot. And it's up to you guys. What are you gonna do from here?
Okay, well, we got the data pad from the Rhodian with whatever information they've got. We've got the information from the Consortium of the Moon. You gotta. I said, where there's two, there's bound to be a third group involved in this, and that's the one I'm worried about.
Well, the way I see it, we've got a couple of choices. The Moon Consortium just want the contents of those lockboxes. But then again, I'm guessing the Black Sun, they said they just want the ship. Now that, for me, is a grey area. We could deliver the ship, but just minus the cargo of the lockboxes. But then they might not take that too kindly. Or we can return the credits to the Black Sun Consortium and tell them, sorry, we've had a conflict of interest, and we are unable to proceed with this task in all good conscience. Or we could just, we might be crooks, but we're not crooked. We've already made a deal with the Black Sun and the Moon Consortium, even though they're offering a lot more in the form of this ship. We could decline it. The only reason why I said that we would do the job if she could find the lead on Maxina is because, well, we didn't strike an official bargain. Once I've got the information on Maxina, it doesn't really matter. We don't have to honor the agreement to do it. What do you guys think?
Yeah, I don't think that the Black Sun was all that forthcoming about the actual information, and that part bothers me. The fact that it's a Hutt-owned ship, that also concerns me. And the last one is the fact that this ship is stuck out in the nebula somewhere, which means astrogation travel is going to be real interesting. We may be able to pull it off where we can get the boxes back, we can get the ship up and running. Who knows what's been going on with that ship for the last 90 years, so we may end up with an empty ship.
Well, we'd kind of need the Black Sun techs to actually get that ship, able to fly, and also, there was talk of droids on board as well. So we'd need the pilot and the droid skilled guy. So we'd actually need the Black Sun Consortium unless we can do it all ourselves.
The Black Sun won't take their money back. We entered into a contract with them just by taking the money. So we've only got two options, really. Either work with the Black Sun and stick with them, or start with them and double-cross them.
To be honest, from what I've heard of the Black Sun Consortium, double-crossing them is never a good idea. What do we know about this Moon Consortium? Anyone know? They're new to me. I don't think I've heard of it. Unless I can make some sort of roll to see if I've heard of it.
You could make a knowledge, lore, education, or core worlds, whatever you're best at. Difficulty, 2 purple, 1 setback.
Yeah, the only knowledge skill I'm good at is one that you did not mention there. So for me, it's 2 greens. But I'll give it a go. So 2 greens against 2 purple and a setback.
Yep. So Alan, you didn't get success. So Jax just knows that the moons were responsible for the Intergalactic Banking Clan, which is one of the power players in the Confederacy during the Clone Wars. I mean, you know that they had money, but they lost major wars. So how much money they actually have is up to debate. Sean's like, I don't know. He's like thinking of stories he's heard about moons and how they're cunning and that kind of thing, and doesn't know much else that's relevant.
Still trying to go over the fact that she got my power cell.
Yeah. Davron, you got 2 successes though. You know that the Moon Consortium is birthed out of the Intergalactic Banking Clan. It's after the Empire confiscated most of their resources. This is the power player on their planet. And even if the Empire confiscated 99% of their wealth, they would still be one of the richest planets in the galaxy.
Okay.
Because they were responsible for the banking clan, or the banking system of the Republic.
Right. They're the primary backer, basically.
Right. So I mean, even if the Empire's confiscated most of their funds, if this is real, like this is who you would be working for, there's little doubt that they can back the financial aspect of what they're offering. Probably more, even.
Yeah, I guess it comes down to a pick of where we play the field. I mean, if credits is what we're after, guys, I mean, I guarantee the consortium's going to have more up their sleeve than the Black Sun's going to be able to throw at us. They'll probably be on the hit list for a while, but yeah,
Jax, your comlink buzzes.
Speak.
Yeah, I need to send you a data packet. It's the girl.
Send away. You got a secure line, yeah?
Oh, it's nothing secure as far as that goes. It's just I want to confirm that this is who you're looking for.
Okay.
And she sends you a very simple file, basically. And this file is a wanted poster.
it gets thicker.
And it's got a list of aliases that goes off the screen, basically. And you find, like, Maxia and Maxina, like, 2/3 of the way down type thing.
That's, I'd recognize that as anywhere.
She chuckles a little bit at that and says, well, you are not the only person who is looking for her, obviously, as this is an Imperial wanted poster.
She never did know when to just say no to a job. And now she's got herself in a whole world of trouble. Stupid woman.
So, do you want me to try to reach out and give her a safe way off-world and organize a rendezvous? Or something else?
Yeah, tell her her old partner is looking for her, and you know, he's aware that she seems to have got herself in a bit of bother, and you know, maybe he can help her out of this particular predicament for old time's sake. Reach out to her for me.
I'll see what I can do.
Thanks. And I'll just hang up the call.
All right.
Jack's like, God damn it, bitch is alive. Guys, decision, what we gonna do? I think double crossing the Black Sun is just really not the way to go. We gave them our word. They do want the ship. But if we can't promise this Moon Consortium, we could say we will try and secure the cargo, but we can't give them our word. If there's any way of being able to satisfy both parties, we should try and do it. But at the moment, I'd be more scared of the Black Sun than I would a couple of like greasy old bankers.
Alrighty. And with that, we will fade to black and wash over to you guys arriving at the spaceport for the rendezvous then. With the individuals in question, that your other two partners for this mission. The ship that they have is a ugly ship. It is not one that you would normally want to ride around in. It doesn't look like. It basically looks like they took I'm trying to remember what those things are called. You know the frigates that the Republic ends up using, I mean that the Alliance ends up using. There's a little spindly, like they got the one leg on either end in the engine compartment, and then just a long narrow body. Imagine a ship like that where that long narrow body has cargo pods attached, where droids are like hooked up. Something like that. Only it's smaller because it's actually able to land.
How many pods are we looking at?
8 pods that look like they each house between 4 and 8 droids.
And are we talking like droids like an astromech type kind of droids? Or are we talking more like I don't know, maybe like the
pods that house 8 look like they are astromech variants of different kinds that are in those. The ones that are housing 4 have larger, just labor/construction type droids, similar to what would be used at a shipyards.
Roger that. All right, Jax, this is on you, man.
Okay, Jax will approach the. There's a couple of guys stood near the ship. Is there?
There's one guy standing near the entrance to the ship. You don't see anyone else, but there's an older human male that's standing there. He's just kind of leaned up against the entrance.
Okay, Jax will walk over and give him a nod and just say to him, Lester.
God, I should have wrote down what you said.
Oh, who is this guy? Who is this guy? I don't trust him. This isn't our man.
He gives the callback sign.
Does he?
Says,
what does he say?
You said Lester and is it Jinx or something like that? You said.
It's a. I'll give you a 4-sided shape.
Square.
There you go. Place in London, Leicester Square.
Oh.
The Allies used it. The Allies used it in World War II. Oh yeah, Leicester Square.
Got a little bit of actual history.
There you go.
Session somehow.
Yeah. British troops used it. Like Americans would say Flash and Thunder, we'd say Leicester Square. But anyway, there you go. You learn something new every day. Okay, so so you must be Rosh.
Yes, he says, and he's got a thick core world accent.
Does it sound like Russian?
Like Russian German type, like that imperial rich type accent.
I love the Imperials. All right. Okay. So this is the tub that's taking us out to the ship.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent. Okay. Well, your contact Lebo was kind of vague in the details. I'm sure you can fill us in before we leave world.
Certainly. Come on board.
Yeah. Jaxel gestures to the boys with a nod of the head to step on, and he's got his rucksack with him with all his gear in. He's looking ready to go.
Gotcha. When you get on board, he leads you up, and it's like you got that whole frigate style setup where you're loading in from the bottom basically, and you go up a little stairwell to an actual deck. And he says this deck here has the mess hall as well as one of the loading pod control systems, but there's also 5 barracks here. You guys get your pick of them. We live up on the captain's deck up above. But you can drop your things here, and we'll go on up to the briefing room.
Jax will do that. Head up to the briefing room.
Okay. He leads you on up, and up the next deck up is, you can see the bridge type control area. Then right behind it in the hallway, there's 2, like a captain's quarters and a first mate's quarters, basically right there by the bridge. And then further back, there are a series of various offices and engineering bays and whatnot. And he leads you to what basically looks like a glorified closet that's been converted into a conference room type look. As you're making your way up and he's leading you there, you hear someone banging around in the engineering compartment. A few moments later, you see a rather rotund Twi'lek that has one of his Leku apparently was amputated, and he's got some sort of droid bionic brain implant there, and it wraps around and has a big cybernetic piece over one eye. And he gives you guys a gruff wave and makes his way towards the conference room as well. He's got the greasy rag that he's wiping his hands with as he makes his way over.
So tell us, what is it the Black Sun wants from this ship exactly?
They both kind of get a pause, and then they look at each other, and then they're like, "We don't know. That's above our pay grade."
So basically, what do you want us to do? We go out, bypass any security, fix the ship, and then what?
And then you'll ride it back home.
With all the contents intact, yeah?
Yes. The Black Sun, our superiors feel that there are enough resources of note on the ship to be worth this much effort.
What happens if it's empty? It's sat there for nearly a century.
As long as there's no evidence that we tampered with it, we all get paid. It could be the easiest or the hardest payday we've had in a long time, they both kind of say and chuckle.
Yeah, well, okay. I mean, but look, I'm not being funny. None of us are particularly bodyguard types. We're not muscle. You know, what happens if we get the ship fired up and then somebody comes along and decides to relieve us of the contents? Do we still get paid? I'm not getting shot in the face for 25. Well, for whatever it was they agreed to pay. It's not worth dying over, believe me.
They both kind of nod agreement. Yeah, I'm not really looking to do anything crazy heroic out here. Let's get the ship and get back as best as we can. The droids will help pilot it with extra crew members and that sort of thing. All you got to do is make sure that the security systems are disabled so the droids can do their job.
Yep, okay. Now seems that we have an accord. Start preparing for takeoff. Gentlemen, and again, let's go and check out our lodgings for the foreseeable future. Motion for the boys to come.
We'll see you. We'll let you know whenever we arrive.
Thanks very much.
And they hit like the Twi'lek heads back towards the engineering compartment, and the other guy heads towards the flight deck. Starts going through the prep to filing the paperwork and all that good stuff to launch from the planet.
Oh, well, before you go, I've quickly got to go and get my lucky hat. I can't believe I left it behind, and I never go on a job without my lucky hat. Can you delay departure for 20 minutes? It won't take me long.
The engineer looks to the pilot, and the pilot's like, "Yeah, it'll take that long to file all the paperwork anyway. We'll
Okay.
don't take too long, but we'll be off world within the hour."
Yeah, that's fine. Then you'll leave without me. Basically, I'll just look at the guys pointedly and like, forgot my lucky hat. I'll be right back. Yeah. Start helping these guys prepare for takeoff, and I'll leg it off the ramp and disappear into the spaceport crowd.
Okay. All right. You're gonna head out and presumably call someone, I'm guessing, or something.
Yeah, yes indeed. I'm gonna make me a call
Okay.
to Vera on her secure comm code.
Okay. She answers after a couple of buzzes, not like immediately, like hovering around it, but fairly quickly. She says, "Yes."
Okay, Vera. Any further information on my friend Maxina?
I've made contact with someone who seems to have done business with her recently. I'm trying to arrange a meeting.
Okay, well, you've got my comm, so get back to me the minute you hear anything. Now, on a more serious note, this job you want us doing for your employers, we've kind of already made an agreement with the devil, in that being the Black Sun Consortium, and we're in no position to back out. However, should we discover the ship, get it flying and heading back, should somebody decide to turn up and relieve us of the contents, then there's not a lot we can do about it. We'll be undergunned, undermanned. I'm pretty sure we wouldn't put up much of a fight if you were to take the contents. Now, we would still curry favor with the Black Sun. Your employers would get their merchandise. There's no reason why we can't all come out winners on this.
She says that I will see what I can do. Obviously, that will require us hiring extra hands to be involved in the task, and so that may cut into the payment. But I will.
Vera, listen. I've got to be off the planet in an hour, and there's no way that I can risk contacting you once we're on the ship. There's just no way. If the monitoring comms, it can't come back to us. Now, I can tell you now the coordinates as to where you can find this ship, and once we've got it up and running, then you can send your associates to come and take the cargo. But we must get the ship back here in one piece. It's a yes or no deal now. What do you say?
We'll make something work. We'll make it work.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Right. In which
I'll
case,
try to get a meeting with your Twi'lek friend.
excellent. In which case, you can find the ship at these coordinates. Before I send them, how long will it take us to get there, Sean? Guessing, would I be aware? Sean, sorry. I'm sorry. Yes.
With the information you got, you figure you'll be in hyperspace probably 2 days, and then depending on the repairs, like there's without seeing the ship, it's almost impossible to do estimates on that part of it.
Okay. Okay, so I'll just say to her, look, it's going to take us 2 days to get here. If you can send somebody on the 3rd day to relieve us, I can string out the repairs that long. So we'll definitely be at these coordinates in 3 days. Okay. If it's any time after that, we can't guarantee that the ship won't be back in hyperspace on its way back.
I understand, and I appreciate it, and hopefully we can do business not only now but in the future.
I hope so. Just make this worth our while. We're risking our necks with the Black Sun for this.
She laughs a little bit at that.
If
But it's
only
that
you'd have,
it's that nervous, like, yeah, that's suicidal laugh.
yeah, you know, if only you'd have approached us 10 minutes before you followed us out the club. You know, but no, you left it too long. But yeah, okay. Don't fuck us. That's all I can say. Right. Because I'm not wearing lipstick and I like to be kissed first. So, with that, I'll head back to the ship and share the information very discreetly with my two comrades as to what's just went down. And I'll buy some cheap hat from a souvenir store, like saying I love.
I love Coruscant.
Yeah, there you go. And I walk in wearing it. Lucky hat. Don't do
All
a job
right.
without it.
All right, let's take a quick bathroom break, guys. I've got 12:03. Let's try to start back up at 10 after. So just like 7 minutes or so to use the bathroom, get a drink, that sort of thing.
Well, I'm going to make a cup of tea. If you don't see me in my chair, I'm still listening and stuff and can like rush back for urgent decisions.
Alright, I'm back. Let's see, Alan.
I am back and listening. I'm just putting milk in my tea.
Can't get over that. That's weird. One of these days I'm going to convince myself to try it, but it's weird.
What, putting milk in tea?
Yeah. Sean, you back yet?
Yeah, no, it's like you put your tea bag in, let it brew for a while, you know, let the flavour come out, and then you take the tea bag out and drop of milk, boom. Sugar, if you're that way inclined. I used to take sugar, but I'm trying to cut down, so.
I use stevia.
But yeah, I mean, if you had like a cup of Darjeeling or Earl Grey, wouldn't taste the same, you know. You just need some like typical tea bags, you know, not on fancy or la-di-da, no herbal rose or whatever, just a normal tea bag, bit of milk, good to go.
A normal tea bag, gotcha.
Yeah, none of this fancy stuff.
Alrighty. Sean's not back yet, I guess. I think we lost Sean.
He's taking a really long smoke.
Oh, okay.
Either that or he's checking up on the wife and kids. Yeah. Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Huh. Yeah, Josh, it looks like Mikey never made an update on his character after you told him how we weren't into the rebellion era yet.
Oh. Alright, well, whatever. We'll just run the rest of this trilogy with just 3. We've had enough scheduling issues.
Yeah, it was pretty rough.
We'll give him another minute or two, and then we'll start it back up without him, I guess, if he's not back yet.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, the Korean summer well and truly is on its way now, man. It's getting unbearably hot. So the high today is 31 Celsius. I don't know if that is in Fahrenheit for you weirdos, but probably got to be pushing 90.
Something like that. What's normal body temperature is like 33 in Celsius, right?
37.5.
Okay, so that's 98 in Fahrenheit. So 31 would be like mid 80s or something like that.
It's getting warm.
Yeah.
It's when it gets humid as well. That's when it's the killer.
Yeah. You'll drop dead of the humidity.
Yeah, pretty much. But I'll be saying I'm going to the Philippines, and like when I'll be going, it'll be like the Philippines is hot in December, which is when I usually go. But it's in the summer. It's just unbearable. Like rainy season, so I end up like if I'm not in the swimming pool, I'm in bars with aircon and cold beers, so it's quite nice. Going there for 8 weeks, 8 days, and about I don't know 3 weeks, 4 weeks, and then get back to Korea for a week. I've got a week of horrible Korean July, and then I go back to Europe, which is a nice dry climate. So I'll be looking forward to that. Come on, vacation time. Tired. May's now 15 hours a week can burn you out, you know.
Must be tough.
Oh, it is. Not easy. Just mentally tiring, mate, to be honest. Physically, it's a piece of cake. The heaviest thing I lift these days is a pen, you know, but it's just like, yeah, just mentally tiring, just like...
Being prepared for those hours is really probably the main thing, because there's more than just those hours involved in that.
Hopefully I'm starting my master's degree in February, touch wood. I've got an appointment on Monday to go and interview with some guy to find out about this course. But it's an American uni, but they send professors over twice a year, so I'd have to attend classes in Korea for a couple of weeks in the vacation times and do work in my own time. But yeah, if I can get it done, that'll be awesome. Just, you know, so I can keep my job, still earn money, and then pay for it out of my own pocket. It'd be like, yeah. And then my CV, my resume will be complete once we've got that.
For a year.
Yeah. Well, all the experience I've got, like, it looks good, you know. I just haven't got the piece of paper really that says, yeah, I'm a shoo-in, hire me. And like when I'm old, I'd like to do a couple of years in the Middle East, maybe, just make some big money. You know, it's hard. We can't drink, you can't have fun. But you know, if you go there in like your mid-50s or whatever, and you're making like, you know, $8,000 a month tax-free, you know what I mean? It soon adds up if you can do that for 2 years. Yeah. Teaching businessmen, you know, like English. I could go home and buy an apartment with cash, and then I'm set up. Then that's the plan, at least. In the meantime, I'm just enjoying the fruits of my labors, vacations.
All right, I guess we're going to get going without Sean.
Yeah, let's do it. Okay, so basically I would get back on board the ship and relay what's... But in this, you know, I'm not going to like go and sit in the briefing room and tell them, obviously.
Right.
You know, in like hushed whispers. I'll like explain what's going to happen. That in 3 days, hopefully, somebody will come to relieve us the cargo, but actually, we're getting paid for it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if they show up in 3 days, I mean, it's going to take us 2 days to travel there.
Exactly, but if it's a quick fix, we don't want to be out of there. By the time they turn up, we need that ship to be there. If we're traveling through hyperspace, So we've got it'll take 2 days to get there, and then we need to drag out the repairs for at least a day, even if it means a bit of like hiding tools and stuff. Whatever, just they can't get the job done like within a few hours, is what I'm saying.
Alrighty. Alright, when you guys get there, as indicated, it is the ship is in a nebula. So you don't see it immediately upon exiting hyperspace or anything along those lines. The ship in question... Where did I put that picture? Oh, I don't know where my picture went. It's the one on the event, that weird shaped ship.
The one's got the big circular curve over top of it.
Yeah. That thing. Let's see here, while we're waiting for Sean, I'll bring that image up so that people who might be watching will actually be able to see it. There we go. That thing. And to give you a size comparison, this area right here, the bridge control compartment up here, is about the same size as it is on a Vindicator class ship, the Clone Wars era Star Destroyer. So I mean, this is a rather large ship, just because of the weird design. It's not got as much actual mass to it as some of the as a full-on Star Destroyer would have, or something along those lines. So it's a rather big ship, and as you guys come out of hyperspace and eventually enter the nebula, it comes into view, and you can see damage to it on the exterior. It's hard to tell how much that goes through and that sort of thing. Welcome back, Sean. Sorry to hear that. Things settled for now, at least. Okay. All right. So
we're not pushing any life signs or anything off of this.
Nope. As you guys, I mean, like when y'all came out of hyperspace, the other two crew members basically buzzed down and let y'all know about 10 minutes before you were popping out of hyperspace, so that y'all could be up on the bridge and seeing what they're seeing, basically. When you enter the nebula, two small patrol craft, basically, like those 3 or 4 man patrol boats, come into flanking, and basically they comm over, and the pilot comms back to them, and these two then pan away and head back out of the nebula, and you basically get the idea that they're there securing the nebula, roughly, even though it's big enough that there's no way 2 patrol craft can do it all by themselves if someone really decided they wanted to do something more about letting the Black Sun know, hey, it's under threat if something happened.
So this is Black Sun, not Imperial?
Right, no,
patrol?
these are just, no, not Imperial frigates or anything like that. These are just patrol-type gunboats, basically.
Okay. So there's got to be a bigger ship from them.
No, those are the types of boats that can go out for about a week at a time.
Okay, no worries.
Not full-on freighters that go out for months at a time, but
yeah,
they can control outer systems and that kind of stuff. All right, so as y'all get closer to the ship, the Twi'lek says the Pod 1 is a shuttle for three of you to take over. It is droid piloted. It'll land you. You can either land and he starts pointing at the ship, like on the screen, basically. There are, according to the model, there are three different sealable ports that you can enter from. I don't know which one's going to be best depending on the damage. We'll do a cursory survey and figure out which one you guys think. This one here, he indicates the one closest to the bridge control area is probably the one that we will want to use if it's not damaged to the point where it can't be used, just because it's closest to a lot of the central nerves of the ship that we'll need to repair first.
Are they going to be able to patch the? They're going to be able to patch the or put the droids into that patch, or are they going to need another?
Well, he says we've got some spacesuits on the shuttle for you guys to use. We need you to ensure that that there's no booby traps and that sort of thing before we send the droids over. They're good at repairs, but they're not good at detecting what someone may have booby trapped the ship with and that sort of thing.
So essentially, you're sending us over. You're saying that droids are worth more than us. Like, if there's any traps, we've got to go and.
No, I'm saying they're incompetent whenever it comes to actually finding a bomb or anything weird. But
okay, well, you'll notice Jax has now got his lucky cap on.
Oh goodness! It's like I've got a variety of tools in the shuttle, so depending on what you may come across, you should have whatever equipment necessary. If you run into something that these tools won't handle, let us know, and we'll have the shuttle come back and load it up with whatever it is that we've got that will do the job. And once you get the initial landing area secure, we'll send the first pod of droids over to start getting power to that area and work outward from there.
So, yeah, I guess we make the flyby then and do cursory scans.
Yeah, they determine with some effort that the first space airlock that they wanted to use is not the best choice. The secondary one, which is closer to the engine compartment, it looks like it's going to be the safer docking and landing for you guys, and that sort of thing. So they be like, all right, well, you can suit up and head on your way. Let us know if you run into any problems. We'll be here ready to launch the droid repair stations and scan and make sure no one sneaks up on us.
Roger that. Jax would have been making a note of how long it's taken to get here. 2 days?
Roughly. I mean, like, when y'all came out of hyperspace, it was just shy of 2 days. So.
Okay.
So y'all are on track timeline-wise, basically. The ship is damaged to the point where you're not sure that it will be repaired in 24 hours unless he's got some amazing droids with him, basically. Because, I mean, it's dead in space. If not for the light of the nebula all around, it would be really hard to even see the thing right now because there's no running lights or anything like that going on.
So basically, we need to be suited up, and when we get on board, then we've got to check if life support's working and all that kind of stuff.
Right. And during the 2 days, basically, they gave you a briefing. Like, they've got 6 pods of different types of droids. Some of them are more just patching holes. Some of them are more energy compartment welders and that kind of thing. Some of them are more circuitry programmed and that sort of thing. So basically, once you get on board, you guys have an idea of what you're looking for from their end as to which ones to send over first and to secure the area and start repairs, basically. So, yeah, you guys will fade over to where you're docking then, all suited up in the spacesuits. Spacesuits are equipped with comm units to where you guys, they're 3-channel units to where you can comm to any one of the other 2 or the other ship, or you can have a broadband to all 4 at once, basically, or all the other 3, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I'll be switching between them. So, like, at the moment, I've got just us. But if we need to comm the other ship, I'll just flick and message them.
Okay. Alrighty, you guys head on. Whenever you dock, what are you going to do?
Well, first of all, when we dock, does the inner door open to actually let us onto the ship, or is there no power?
There's no power.
All right,
You
so
have to do the manual stuff and whatnot.
okay, we'll start throwing levers and.
Yep.
And this is an actual docking bay then that we're talking about?
No, it's not a docking bay. It's an airlock.
It's an airlock? Okay.
Yeah. Like y'all are
Alright.
docked up and hard sealed basically up to the hull because it's pretty clear that the power's not on, so you're not relying on its side to maintain a seal. This shuttle that they got to send you over in basically just hard seals to it.
All right.
It's glorified. It's like a hybrid between an airlock and a shuttle for on y'all's end because like you load in and the one door closes, then it's got the the inner part of the airlock that's the front end of this thing. It parks on the ship, and
Right.
like worst case scenario, if the airlocks weren't working on the ship, you could actually dock just on the side of the hull basically, and using a welding torch cut your way in if you had to, type thing.
Right.
That type of
True.
shuttle.
Okay, so I guess we're checking for access panels or whatnot, and maybe see if we can't.
The access
Maybe
panels are
here.
hard to find, and they're there.
Okay. We got any space rust or anything we need to deal with?
No.
All right.
Just, I mean, there is some buildup of dust just from the fact that it's in a nebula. So, I mean, there's some stuff you have to brush away and that sort of thing.
Right. So, Dad's got a power cell, and he's going to attempt to, if it won't respond normally to the door opening and everything, he's going to try and actually just like give enough energy to just that control unit to see if we can get the door to open.
Okay. Basically, make me a mechanics check then, if that's the approach you're taking to. We'll call it difficulty 2 with 2 setbacks.
2 setbacks. Okay. All right. Not bad.
Success and advantage. So you're able to get it open, and you are able, with the advantage, we'll say that you noticed before doing so, though, that there was a booby trap on this door that you were able to disarm, basically. It was just a small explosive device.
Okay, so it's a physical, not a mechanical one. It's more of a like a pressure trigger type kind of thing, or
Yeah, like if you had popped the seal, it was basically the equivalent of a claymore that would have just blown into someone's face.
Nice.
Which, I mean, it doesn't have to do much damage to them if it shreds their spacesuit.
Yeah, I understood. Okay. So yeah, we get the door open, and I point down to him, you know, maybe if they're all this simple, we won't be too bad off.
No witty retort from Jax on that one, I guess.
Sorry, Jax was distracted thinking about something. What was the quip?
Oh, he disarmed a pressure-plated claymore equivalent on the door before he opened it. If he hadn't done so, basically a claymore would have gone off in whoever's face that was opening the door.
Nicely done.
And he said, if they're all that easy, we're okay.
Just get me to a terminal. I need a terminal.
Roger that.
All right, so you guys continue into the ship a bit, now that you've already found one explosive, taking your time, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
Within 10 or 15 minutes or so, you guys, I mean, because it's slow going anyway, because you're in spacesuits in a ship that doesn't have gravity working, so, I mean, it's not the fastest job you've ever done, by any means. But About 15 minutes later, you've gotten to a terminal where you can start plugging in like one of the portable power generators and trying to at least get power to this little section to where Jax can start working on it. You've secured the immediate area for landing to where the droids can start coming over and start helping out with this area, that sort of thing. So, pretty quickly, I mean, it runs. I mean, like the mission runs fairly smoothly for the first several hours. Like you're compartment by compartment restoring power. You find in the first dozen compartments, you find 4 or 5 booby traps set up. Nothing too crazy. Usually it's pressure sensitive, small explosive type things. You're about an hour and a half in your 6th compartment that you've just made your way into when you find your first body. This body is that of a medium-sized hut. No, by no means a ginormous one or anything like that. Relatively young, and it's of course been mummified in the cryovac of space. So it's like a shriveled.
It looks like a giant petrified turd.
Depending on what someone had for dinner the night before, yeah.
That's what I'm imagining a frozen hut to look like.
A frozen and dehydrated, because all the water's been zapped out of them, basically.
Yeah.
So,
And as we've been going room to room, has there been any other? We've been noticing anything contents of these rooms?
Right now, you're just you're near engineering compartments, which is helping you with the restoring of power to sections of the ship, because that's the type of compartments you're in. But you're not in quarters or storage areas yet, as far as that goes.
And we got to hit Jack's a terminal to start working.
You already found a couple of them, and he started fiddling with them. Most of these early ones are just things that he can restore power to the next section, basically, and then y'all have already got about a dozen of the different droids over here, some of the labor droids and some of the astromechs helping. Like, once you secure a compartment, like, they don't go ahead of you guys, because if they set off one of those explosives, then it could be problematic, not only for them, but for, like, your entire operation. But, like, in the compartments that once y'all get a compartment secure, they kind of come in and start doing just the circuitry work and stuff like that, and restoring more than just the bare minimum power to it.
Right. Okay. So we're down in engineering, and we'd want to ideally be up on the bridge, right?
Well, I mean,
I imagine that's where the master controls were.
Yeah, it's going to have a lot of the controls. It's one of those things, like, you knew you were going to have to come to engineering to get the ship working eventually anyway, so the bridge is a starting point is ideal, but you're eventually going to have to make your way to both of them, and of course, curiosity of the cargo is third on the list, basically, as far as areas to explore and whatnot. So.
Okay. And you said small explosive devices. I assume these things are probably, no bigger than a hand?
I think Claymore in size.
Okay, so yeah, you're looking about a foot across. Yeah, I got it.
And like, you find several of them. Most of them look like they have just been damaged to the point you're not even sure they would go off, but it's kind of go through the disarming process just to be on the safe side.
No, understood. So that's something that Dad's actually collecting. He's gonna.
Those might be useful somewhere. Gotcha.
Yeah. So yeah. All right. So we're working through stage on engineering. Are we to like the primary engineering compartment then?
The primary engineering compartment looks like a bomb went off in it. So you guys are working your way to basically the secondary core, and you've got power to the general area. It's now some of the heavier labor droids are actually pushing some panels around and trying to get it to where you can actually possibly get a reaction going in the core to where the ship could go somewhere under its own power.
After that.
They're busy working on that. You're getting sections of power up intermittently, like whenever you decide to put the generators in those areas. So, Jax, is there anything in particular you're looking for, like when you get access to a computer to see? I mean, like, what's the standard thing you're trying to find? Like,
secure. Well, restoring power, restoring life support. Want to do a quick like diagnostic check of like engines and still that kind of status report, but then also kind of like cargo manifests and stuff, you know.
Okay. The first several sections that you guys have been in, they don't have those kinds of lists. I mean, you're able to get the diagnostics and stuff, and some sections that you guys turn on and get minimal power to, and you decide that it's not worth having priority power to because it doesn't have any redundant systems that are what you need to get things going. So you got the minimal power in that section, and then you move on to the next section, that sort of thing. Leave one astromech to work on it, sort of thing. But it takes y'all the better part of 6 hours or so to you get to the point where you're starting to get the droids are starting to get the secondary engineering compartment to the point where you feel like you'll be able to restore power, or at least attempt to, in a couple more hours. And Davron, roll me your force rating. All right. You guys have been working at this for a while, Davron, and moving from section to section and like backtracking when you find this section doesn't have anything useful or opens up into space at some point. When all of a sudden you sense another being within a few hundred yards of you other than these two. Davron, you're muted if you're saying anything.
So, yeah, Davron taps his helmet in an effort to kind of draw their attention, and I count off 1, 2, 3, and I'm like, there's a fourth. And hopefully Sean's carrying his big armaments.
Oh yeah. He taps and does his finger counts and all that, and Sean would pull up his rifle.
But we haven't seen anything else that says that there's been any other life signs on this ship.
No, not in the sections you've been in, no.
Okay.
And you haven't found anything that indicates that power's even on in other parts of the ship. At least not that these sections are able to read. And you didn't get any scans of it outside, so.
All right.
How's my am I able to access like the ship scanners or anything yet?
For the sections you guys have repaired, yes. Which is basically like from the picture, you know that like let's see here. Let me load that picture back up for you. So on the ship, like you guys are basically docked down here, and you've been working in this whole back area, basically where all the engineering stuff is, and so you can scan this area because you've restored power of various systems in those areas, and you can go through a diagnostic scan cycle and whatnot. But keep in mind, this ship is lengthwise about the same as the Clone Wars era Star Destroyers, so I mean it's a big ship. It's several hundred yards long.
Okay, well, the sections that we have repaired, I want to quickly try and run a scan, see if the fourth person he's talking about is actually in one of those, or not.
I'm not going to make you roll because it's a trivial difficulty. You do not find another life sign in the sections you guys have gotten to so far.
Okay, so Jax will look up from the terminal and just kind of like shrug. He's not. Not someone coming from behind us. Someone else has somehow managed to survive in this tomb of a ship. That worries me somewhat.
Why would that worry you? I don't understand.
Because the previous occupant we found floating like an unflushed turd. So yeah, anything that can survive is kind of disconcerting.
Josh, you didn't watch Sean's episode from this past Sunday, did you?
No, I didn't.
Okay, good.
I'll have to get you to brief me on what the heck happened there, because, wow. But no,
I don't hear like the sound of like nails on metal. You know, not to worry.
No, that wasn't on my list. No. Oh, that. Ugh. Okay. No, I'm not having that. Alrighty. So
I'm just detecting another life force. And
right. Something living.
Is it something living? Okay.
Like, you don't have the level of sense to tell much more than that. I mean, like, any more than that. Technically, by the books, you can't even tell that much, but I have a hard time feeling that someone has no level of sense being a force sensitive.
No, that's fine. And you said it was like a couple 100 meters in front of us, or in?
Yeah, I mean, like you're thinking it's within a couple 100 yards. You don't have the level of skill to get a detail like it's that way 500 feet or anything like that.
No.
It's close enough that you're noticing it, but that's about it.
Yeah, but it's in a section that we haven't gone into yet.
Most likely. I mean, because he's not picking anything up on the scans in the areas that you guys have got.
Okay.
And whatnot, so.
All right. Yeah. Yeah. Just proceed with caution. And
Jax will switch comm channels and hail the ship we just came from.
Mm-hmm.
Rosh, Bebo, are you guys there?
Rosh answers after a couple seconds. I hear you loud and clear. How's it going over there?
It was going great until we've got the impression that we're not exactly alone on here. Is there any way you guys can run a scan and see if there's any other life forms other than us? Because we've got reason to believe that we're not the only sentient, living beings on here, and we should be. From what we found.
Give me a second. I'll run another scan.
This is basically a floating graveyard, so we're kind of worried right now.
He gives after a few moments, probably about a minute for him to do a detailed scan and try to figure out something. He's like, I see the three of you in the aft compartments, and he says, I'm now picking up another energy signature in the forward compartments. Have you guys made it that far yet?
No, as you said, if you can pick up the three of us, anything else shouldn't be here.
I'm not seeing another life sign, but I'm now detecting actually systems online in a forward compartment. It says, hang on, let me pull up the schematics and cross-reference. After another couple of seconds, he's like, yeah, it looks like Cargo Bay 4.
Looks like someone got here before us. How many energy? Can you read life scans, or is it just the power's up?
I can just see the power's up in that cargo bay. It doesn't look like even it's not a huge amount of power. It's just something online. I'm not detecting any other life signs, but there's a lot of disturbance from the nebula, and there's a lot of damage in that area too. So.
All right, well, stay in contact. We might need an immediate evac, but none
Roger
of
that. Well,
that far. There should be no power up ahead, which is what's worrying us.
You hear him like over the comm link, like as you're asking that, he yells, "Unit 374, come over here. Keep a scan on that area. Let me know if the numbers change." And you hear like a beep 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 of our astromech unit.
All right, excellent. Skriller out.
And he goes back to making his burgers or something while he's waiting on you. Because that would be the most boring thing. Like, you guys at least are repairing stuff. They're over there on the other ship going, all right,
barbecuing. Nice. All right, well, I'm sure the boys could have heard that little conversation going down over the comms, so I'll switch back to internals with these three and say, what do you want to do, guys? I'm kind of getting an itchy bottom right now.
Well, we can scout ahead and see if we can find what it is. Or we can stay together and continue doing what we're doing and wait for it to come to us.
Well, it's imperative that we get life support online. So how about we just wait here, I'll keep working on it, and you just have that big old rifle pointed at the forward door.
Alright. So y'all continue working for a while. The question I have for you at this point is, are you going to cycle rest cycles, or are all, like, at some point are you going to all go back to the shuttle and, like, rest, or even go back to the other ship and rest and then come back the next morning? Or are you going to, like, take turns cycling in the shuttle, basically, like, to where it continues and that kind of thing?
Yeah, it's been a while, hasn't it?
Y'all been, but at this point, you'll have been on the ship for almost 7 hours. So I mean,
I'm
like,
retired, bathroom breaks.
I
don't know. I think
I just double checked the access points to the places we've already done. So anything that we haven't like cleared,
mm-hmm.
we would naturally just leave it locked, so the
Right.
droids can work on whatever they're working on, and then we can come back.
Okay.
Last thing I want them to do is droids trigger off something.
Right. Yeah. These droids, you're rapidly realizing that as far as compartment doors, they're programmed to ignore them until you open them. Like they're fully capable of working in the compartments that you have given them access to, but they are definitely programmed not to go further than what you guys have done.
Okay.
So.
So in the last room we were in, Davron would actually the door that he feels was nearest the access to this other life form.
Mm-hmm.
He would set up one of the re-rig one of the pressure plate claymores.
Okay.
And then I'm all for staying together in a group. I don't think getting separated.
Are you guys just going to go back to the shuttle and rest, or are you actually going to take it back over to the ship and actually get some sleep and go to the fresher and that kind of stuff?
I'd like to kind of like seal any forward compartments and doors, lock them down to the best of my ability.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I don't want to leave them just like, you know, walk towards them and they slide open. I want to kind of put them on lockdown. Maybe enter some sort of like, you know, code to stop them just being able
This is in the compartments you guys have already cleared?
Yeah, well, no. Like anything behind us is I'll leave as is, but forward, I want to kind of put that thing in complete lockdown, so nothing can come into where we've been.
Right.
And I suggest that we all go and take a rest because we've been here for quite a while, and leave the droids to it.
Okay.
All right.
Sounds like a plan.
I really need the bathroom. I don't want to take a dump in this suit. It might get messy. So yeah, okay. We'll just come back to Debo and Rosh and just tell them that we're on our way back into to keep that barbecue fired up.
All right. Without too much to do, you guys get back, and they basically, like, they've got actually a decent meal that's prepared at the mess hall, basically, when you guys land, to where y'all can actually have a hot meal, because, you know, you've been working, they haven't had a whole lot to do other than monitoring the droids and the scanners and that sort of thing. which a lot of that is automated. So, um, and yeah, y'all get some rest. Are you going for a good full night's rest, or are you just going to get a couple hours and then go back at it?
Well, I'm going to sleep as long as possible, just because like I need to be switched on up here. You know, if I'm tired, I might make mistakes.
Okay.
So I'm going to try and get at least 6 hours if possible.
All right. Get an actual night's sleep, and
Yeah.
rather than a nap and rushing yourselves. Okay. Sounds good. So we'll say another 6 to 8 hours later. Actually, probably closer to 8 or 9 hours once you factor in refresher and dinner and all that good stuff. You guys get back over there, and in those compartments that the droids have been working on that you guys had secured the day before, basically they've got power restored to those areas pretty continually at this point. Gravity's working in there. They inform you that life support systems are still down, and it may just simply be that the filters are damaged or broken or depleted. The diagnostics indicate that the systems are working, but we're just not getting. They're not getting actual.
Right, well, we'll try and get a droid assigned to cleaning the oxygen scrubbers or whatever. I need to be able to work without this goddamn helmet on. And also, like, yeah, from now on, I'll have my blaster pistol kind of sat next to me on the terminal I'm using or whatever. I want to be able to pick it up because, you know, again, I'm sure we would have talked about. It's really weird that there's energy, you know, there's systems online ahead of us, and you know, Davron picked up a sensible being, which should really kind of worry us, because there's no way anyone could have got here before us and got that far,
right,
without reactivating stuff,
without you guys noticing.
And the claim, unless they rigged the claymores that we've and the booby traps that we've managed to disarm, they would have had to come on and set them up behind them. I don't know. I'm not buying it.
It doesn't add up. It's probably one of those things that, like, if you guys were talking about it over dinner the night before because you're tired, you start rambling about that idea, and like you start making it overly complicated, trying to figure out how it could have been, and then you're like, no.
We should be on alert, and I'll just look at Shonra and just be like that. Make sure you've got that energy cell for your rifle, huh?
She didn't touch my baby. She touched the pistol.
Alrighty.
Yeah.
So another 4 or 5 hours go by. You guys have made your way partially up the systems now, up towards the bridge. You're not quite reaching the bridge yet. You found several bodies at this point. Primarily, you found a total of 2 huts, a lot of Ganks, Weequays, and Gamorreans, and a couple of Twi'leks.
What have been like looking at them? If you see any jewelry or nice watches on the corpses that they obviously don't need anymore. You know.
All right, pilfering their stuff. Check. Okay.
Yeah, definitely on the Ganks. I'm pilfering Gank stuff. Yeah.
Okay.
Recycle cybernetics.
You guys find some stuff that'll be useful. Some of it is just a lot of stuff, because they were open to atmosphere and whatnot, is just kind of floated away and whatnot. Anything that wasn't actually attached to people. But the cybernetics and whatnot, if you want to cut into them, you can retrieve parts that might be useful in that way and that kind of thing.
Just out of interest, whereabouts? Sorry, before you go on, whereabouts was that energy coming from? What compartment of the ship?
The cargo bay.
The cargo bays are on the lower.
The tongue part, the lower jaw.
The lower part of the jaw is the cargo storage areas. The upper part is the pleasure yacht type enjoyment stuff. Basically, the ship has 3 main divisions. There's the front part of the upper deck is the pleasure yacht type setup. The lower deck is the storage area, and then the back end is the bridge and engineering compartments and like the crew quarters, basically.
Jax has had a cunning plan. The next time he's at a terminal that can actually has influence over a ship's systems, I'm going to cut off the power and everything that's turned on in that cargo bay. I want to turn it off. Any kind of life, whatever they've got going, I want to turn that into, like, vacuum.
Okay, we'll say that's something that you've been looking for a unit that is even reading that it's going on to where you can turn it off, and you haven't found one yet. You figure there's just not enough connected power systems and whatnot.
Okay, well, bear in mind that's what my ultimate
That's
goal
one of the
is.
things you're keeping an eye out for
Yes.
that connection finally to establish.
Roger that.
Alrighty. So let's see here. 4 or 5 hours into this day's work, I will point out something. Assuming the moon forces are on time, if they actually show up at 3 days to the mark from when you indicated, Jax, they should arrive in the next 2 hours. The ship will not be ready to move by then.
Yeah, that's fine.
So maybe thruster power, but not actual, like...
No, that's fine. I mean, we just need them to be able to come on board and acquire the cargo, pretty much. So I'll just, like, kind of, remind the boys that, we might be getting some guests sometime in the near future.
Alrighty. So, a little while later, you guys have been making good time. You've actually made your way to the deck right below the bridge, where some of the captain's quarters and that sort of thing are. You find that the captain of this ship was apparently a Twi'lek. Go figure. Hut pleasure cruise. Go figure. And
hey, so if we found the captain's room, we go through and look for. Dad's going to look for, the possible ship manifest, any other possible workup schematics or details, anything that might give us some.
You find some information along those lines, and you're starting to pour through some records. It doesn't look like it actually has a full-on ship manifest. You kind of get the idea that, well, he's the captain of this ship. The Hutts control the ship, and they're the ones. Box number 341 is in this compartment, basically.
Yeah.
Whatever the Hutts have in box 341 is up to them.
Right.
Okay. So you guys are kind of taking stock of the stuff you got there while some of the droids are restoring some of the, systems to try to get actually onto the bridge and that sort of thing. When you hear the comlink comes over, buzzing you guys from Rosh and
Lebo there.
Lebo.
Yeah, Lebo.
Not related.
Right. So do y'all answer?
Yeah. Skrilla, what's up, guys? We're making good progress over here.
As soon as you open the comlink, it's immediately obvious that something's going on because you hear a siren going on in the background. And then Rosh is, we're under attack. Yeah, this is bad. As he's you can hear him trying to. You hear the wails of sirens in the background, and you hear Lebo shouting at him from down the hall type thing. They just blew out engine 3.
Okay, Jax will switch to the internal one, so they can't hear him and just go act surprised. What do you mean you're under attack? I'll flick it back. What do you mean you're under attack?
And then all of a sudden you get static.
Whoops.
Internal comm. I hope you didn't leave anything important on board the ship.
No, I've got all my gear with me.
Change your clothes, though.
Yeah, pretty much. It's spare shorts.
My favorite coat.
Wear my hat.
Yeah,
All
Jack's
right.
got his lucky hat, so he's all right. He's wearing it now, as you can see.
Okay.
Baseball cap.
Yeah.
Wow.
So we're still under the bridge then?
Yeah, y'all are on the deck right below the bridge, where
Yeah,
some of
let's
the captain
head
and
up to the bridge and like see if we can look out like the view screen or the window or whatever and see what's going on out there.
Okay. Once you make it up there, it takes you a couple of minutes because it wasn't quite ready to just run up there type setup. But when you get up there a couple of minutes later, you can see kind of drifting like at an odd angle, clearly having lost quite a bit of most of its power and systems. You can see the frigate that you guys arrived on kind of floating in space. Chunk up, like one engine is clearly just blown off, not just down, but like no longer connected to the back of the frigate type thing. You can see the communications array has been disabled, and the ship is just kind of listing to the side.
Okay, Jax will look around and see if there's any kind of communication setup that he can kind of try and get online on the bridge, so we can make contact with the attackers.
All right. After a few minutes, you get some of the bridge systems restored to where you have comms, to where you can send a communication out.
Okay. How about tractor beam controls?
What?
Does the yacht have a tractor beam on it? Something where we could like lasso in the frigate.
Not that's in, like, that would be down near the cargo areas, and y'all haven't moved forward into that compartment to get reestablished those kinds of controls and power.
Roger that.
Like, the controls are up here, and there is a tractor beam supposed to be attached down there, but the power is not connecting type thing.
Roger that.
So we can see the ship we came in on listing to the side.
Mm-hmm.
What did the damage? What's the other ship?
You don't immediately see what's responsible, but after, because your ship is still basically without power, so it's kind of listing as well. Like, as you start a spin and whatnot, eventually it comes into view, and you see a...
Must have more pictures.
I love pictures. I can't remember what those things are called. There it is. You see one of these, heavily modified and painted neon yellow.
Neon yellow. Okay.
And for some reason it's not sharing.
That's a bold color.
Yeah, neon yellow with like black trim.
Like a bumblebee type kind of thing.
Okay, it's not loading for me. The Consular class cruiser, Old Republic cruiser, the style that was used at the beginning of episode 1 that just got blown up within the first few minutes. Think that where it was gray, this thing's neon yellow, and where it was red, it's black.
Okay.
So, that thing.
Okay, I'll attempt to open a hailing frequency.
Okay. A few moments later, a female voice answers, "Well, that ship doesn't look like it should be hailing us. Who's there?"
This is the crew of, what's this ship called?
Smuggler's Jewel.
The Smuggler's Jewels. That, like,
of course, how could I forget that? Yeah, I'd be like, yeah, this is the crew of the Smuggler's Jewel. How may we help you today?
We are here with salvage rights. We will be taking what we want and being on our way.
Okay, salvage rights from who?
The owners of the cargo that was originally stolen by the Hutts.
Yeah. I'm going to need a bit more information than that if you want us to just give it up, sweet cheeks.
Click. and
Shit.
hang up on you.
Okay, well, all right. So, I guess the guys could hear that. Do you think this could be the Moon people? I mean, she was very vague with it's the previous owners. I mean, the Moon Consortium told us that they were the previous owners, so I'm guessing it could be them. They're here on that time frame, but unless she actually kind of. It wasn't Vera's voice, was it?
No, it was not.
It wasn't Maxina either.
No.
Right.
Neither of the women in your life that you would recognize their voice pretty quickly.
Okay.
I say we set the droids to doing their repairs on the bridge, and we try and work our way down to the cargo.
Well, no. To be honest, I say we just shut down all the systems and lock down where we've just been. We're reasonable. If they're who they're supposed to be, they can have it. But I'm not going to just let them waltz on and take it until we know it's the right people. So yeah, I'm going to attempt to lock down everything.
Okay. As you start to go through the lockdown processes, sending orders both to the droids and through the bridge controls that you have access to, as y'all look up from that consular class cruiser, you see a boarding shuttle head towards your ship, the ship you're on.
Okay, Jax will start typing faster.
Okay. Alrighty. So you guys get things secured where y'all are all like locked onto the bridge, basically, with as much of the other stuff locked and powered down as possible. Is that basically what you're going for?
Yep. So basically, again, the door won't open because I guess our shuttle's on one of them, so they're gonna have to go to a different airlock. So I want that.
Right.
I want that shut down. I want it like as difficult to get it when they get on board. There's no lights. I mean, it's easy enough for me to turn it back on, but I want it to be like when. Plus,
make it as hard for them as possible.
Yeah, but also there might be the airlock they go to might be booby trapped. So,
right.
I'm going to attempt to open a hailing frequency with the boarding shuttle. Boarding shuttle heading towards the smuggler's jewel. Please respond. This is very important. Your life may depend on it. We're here to help, but you need to talk to us.
After a moment, there's the answer of a male voice that's got a deep baritone to it. It says, "Smuggler's Jewel, please allow us to land and retrieve our salvage rights. We will be on our way, and you can have the rest of the ship once we've retrieved our cargo."
Yep, that's the plan. But we need to know whose authority you're here on. Don't say the original owner.
Moon Consortium.
The who?
Moon Consortium.
Ah, okay, yeah, come on board. I'll turn the power on for you. Be careful coming in. When we came on, there was some booby traps on the doors, so you might want to just check before you stride on board. But yeah, you know Vera, yes?
Yes, she is with the boarding party.
Fantastic. Well, yeah, she knows what agreement we have in place, so yeah, we look forward to receiving you.
Very well. See you soon.
Oh, before you go, put Vera on. I need to speak to her.
One moment, and you hear it like he hits the mute button basically, and like transfer to the this was the pilot you were talking to basically, and transfers it back to the actual aft hatch type comm unit. A moment later, Vera answers, "You're making this complicated. You know that."
Well, we can't be too careful. There are a few interested parties in what's on board this ship, as you very well know. Got to make sure we're not giving it up to anyone other than you guys. You can,
True.
appreciate our caution. Right, Maxina, any word?
Yeah, she's on the ship with me.
What? Put her on.
Maxina, you hear her voice. "Yeah, Jax, you old freaking bugger." Like, she throws some insults your way that only she would do, like the joking insults that Star Wars thieves seem to throw at each other all the time.
It's been a long time.
She says, "Yeah, it has been. Not long enough, and maybe too long. You never know."
I can't wait to see you. And like the lack of like enthusiasm in my voice might come across. I can't
She
wait
laughs and says, "I look forward to seeing you as well." Small
Well,
prick to nerf
do me a
her.
favor,
Yeah, something along
Maxine.
those lines.
We got a lot of catching up to do. What the hell, Sean? Behave yourself. I'll be like, yeah, I'll just tell her like, when these guys leave, I do hope you plan on sticking around. We got a lot to catch up on.
Well, I can't exactly go back with you to the Black Sun, but I will meet up with you after this mission, I'm sure.
Yeah. Come on board, make yourself comfortable. Jack.
So,
I know, and I hang up.
Their shuttle has like
I hang
docked.
up on them.
Okay. But they like docked to the side of the to one of the to the third thing, which is about halfway from the engineering compartment to the docking area. It's down on the lower level.
How long would it take us to get back there?
That is forward of where you guys have actually completely restored power, so they're going to be landing in an area that you guys have not completely repaired yet. But it's closer to, one, the life form that
I forgot to tell them about that. That's in the in the life form that's in the cargo. I forgot to tell them about that.
Dewback Dingleberry Scrubber, huh? Now y'all are coming
all
up.
sorts of interest now, huh? Hey, anyway.
You do know the conversation's over. You don't have to keep feeding her insults. She's off the comm. You have to keep giving her ideas. Right, so, yeah, okay. I'll attempt to open hailing frequency again, then. I've got to tell them this.
The pilot answers again, yes. What now?
You
like,
are
he seems annoyed at this point.
Yeah. Well, you know, you can step aboard and get blown to high hell and vac jettisoned into space if you like, or you could take a few seconds and hear me out. You're attempting to board in an airlock that we haven't restored power to in the ship. As you can appreciate, this is a huge job. We've been at it for 2 days now, and we've only less than a third of the ship we've restored basic systems to. So you're landing, or you're attempting to dock in an area we haven't restored, so we don't know what's down there. But also, you should be aware that we found a life form with power in the cargo bay who isn't with us. So when you attempt to reclaim the property, I don't know what's waiting for you.
Understood. I will let the boarding party be informed.
Come tooled up.
Alrighty.
Alright.
Alright, so then we'll do like the screen wipe thing where, are you going to start working your way towards where they're landing from here, or are you just going to wait for them to make their way to get what they want and get off the ship, or what?
I'd say we go down there and actually see what's going on.
Thing is, Jax has got a vested interest in Maxina, so I kind of want to head down there to make sure she doesn't sneak off again.
Alright, so you guys start making your way there. So we'll screen wipe through them, like, successfully getting on board the ship and starting some repairs in the immediate space they land on. They are not hurriedly making their way towards you guys. They are taking their time, and they got a crew that's working towards the cargo area at the same time as well. But Maxina definitely seems to be in part of the team that's making their way towards you guys. So, another hour or two goes by before you guys make it to where you're finally like just the one door left to get to each other. And when that door opens, we'll pick back up as a moon technician is there, like fiddling with it, and like one of you guys, probably Jax, was fiddling with the same door from the other side when it finally pops open. There are the moon technicians in a standard spacesuit similar to your guys, just slightly different size for a different race. But with him, there's Maxina and 2 other individuals that are in armored spacesuits, and they have like the blaster rifles at the ready type thing. They appear to be moons, but they may be something else. It's hard to tell whenever someone's wearing a big spacesuit. Whenever it's clear that it's her and she sees Jack, she gives a big grin and says, I could have gone another galactic standard year without seeing your ugly mug.
Yeah, well, there hasn't a day gone by where I haven't been waiting to feast eyes on your face again, believe me.
Yeah. And at this point, the comlink comes to life, and you hear Vera and a couple of other moons shouting at each other across the comlink, and of course the others are listening to what's going on. And one word kind of echoes through the comlink as one of the moons says it, and it says Rathtar.
What's the word? Raptor.
Rathtar.
Raptor.
And then you hear strangled and panicking voices as you hear them running and shooting. And the armored moons and Maxina say, well, I guess we're going to cut this reunion short, and they start running that way, basically. Jax, you're muted.
Yeah, but what they're running towards the fight?
Yeah, these three are.
Yeah,
the technician's sitting there he's got the tool still in his hand by that door. He's like, I'm not going near that. He starts packing his tools up.
Can I make some sort of roll? Because I, personally, as a player, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. A raptor. I don't know what it is.
Xenology roll. Difficulty 3.
No. So they're not that stuff of legend if it's difficulty 3.
They're not that common, no. It's one of those things, if you've ever encountered them, you'll never forget them, but other than that...
A triumphant fail.
A triumphant fail. And
typical for my rolls.
So we got failure, failure, failure. One guy has an advantage, 2 guys have threats, and 1 guy got a triumph. So... Sean, as they turn to run, because this is noticing something completely unrelated, basically. You notice that Maxina has a rather unusual utility belt on the outside of her spacesuit. It strikes you as odd. It doesn't look like normally. You don't see the normal weaponry styles setup or tool setup that most people have on the outside of the spacesuit for this type of operation. Then the failures. None of you have heard of a Rathtar before, apparently. So you guys make your way that way, or are you gonna wait to hear what you hear, or what?
Well, whatever it is, it seems to be manhandling them pretty well, so... I mean...
Yeah, I'll look at Shamrock and say, this sounds like your speciality. And then shout, Maxina! And start running after her down the corridor.
Okay.
Drags. And Sean would take off after him.
Okay. Davron, what are you doing?
I'm following at a measured distance behind. This is to rush.
All right, Davron, you can definitely feel the fear and whatnot in the force from the moons, the boarding party that's up ahead, and just the wild sensation of something big.
I love space creatures.
Yeah, I don't know if you got to love them.
Hey, we gotta keep a positive spin on things. A positive spin.
Here, as you guys round the corner, you find the 2 armored moons and Maxina. They're at like this edge of a hallway, basically leading towards the cargo bay. And up ahead, you can see this thing fighting 5 other moons, 3 of which are unarmed, like just regular spacesuits, and 2 of which are armored spacesuits with rifles. And for those who have seen Episode 7, it is a Rathtar. For those who have not yet. What?
As a D&D character, it has a whole bunch of tentacles and a big, huge maw. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that was on board the ship. Yeah, I know what they are. Yeah.
And like the door that they're these guys are like kind of posted up and shooting into, and the tentacles are coming out of. Over it, you can see Cargo Bay 4. So initiatives. As this thing is like, it grabs someone in one of its tentacles and is like throws them in the gullet, and you see like parts of the spacesuit come spitting out, but not much else.
Can I roll? I guess it's cool, not vigilance.
Yeah, I'd say cool in this case. It's not hard to see this thing.
Yeah,
not
but
freaking
it's
out
cool,
might
but
be
you're
another.
not freaking your pants.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Okay. Wait there a second. Okay. Cool. However, with rapid reaction, I'm going to take a strain and add 1 success to that roll.
Add 1 success. Okay, so I need Nathan's roll. Okay. So it's basically the moons, and Maxina and Bira, and then you 3, and then 2 of you, then the Rathtar, then 1 of you. So the moons will take their shots at it. They hit and take some of that, and then okay. So the armored moons are peppering it with the blaster rifle fire, carbines basically. The unarmored ones have like light blaster pistols, and they're trying to help because they're scrambling away as fast as they can. They do some damage to it. It gets shot a couple of times. It screams and hollers and rah, and tries to gobble someone else up. But it'll be 2 of y'all's turn now.
Alright, well, I got the big gun, so I'll go first. What's my difficulty to shoot it?
Right now, you're at medium range to it, and it's got 1 range defense. So,
Okay.
2 purple
2
and 1 black. Or actually, I'm sorry. It's got adversary 1, so it's 1 purple, 1 red, 1 black. I messed that up before.
Okay. Alright. So as around the corner, Shonrar stops, sort of takes up half cover behind the corner of the...
Okay.
And levels his rifle and fires. 1 success.
So what's the base damage?
Base damage is 9.
Okay. You hit it and pierce through its tough-looking hide.
Oh yeah, I've got, let's see, for that it's got... Okay, never mind. I thought that was the one that had pierce.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. So you do some damage.
Oh, it does. It's got pierce 3 and accurate 2. So.
Go ahead and roll your 2 boost dice then.
I should have rolled.
Alright, so that's 11 damage, 1 advantage to use, and pierce 3, you said?
Yep.
Alrighty.
And the 1 advantage, I'll pass a boost to the next PC.
Okay. So one of your turn.
What you got, Jack?
I've not got a lot, mate, to be honest. What's Maxina doing? Where's she at this point?
She's behind the 2 moons that she ran up with, and you see her drawing a blaster pistol as well.
You got a gangster style popper in the back of the head.
Nah, it's gonna be too easy. Okay, like I know she can handle herself, so I'll draw out my blaster pistol. Attempt to take a shot from medium range.
Okay. So 1 red, 1 purple, 1 black.
Okay, I'm gonna aim as well, so can I get a boost as my maneuver? 1 red, 1 purple, 1 black, and I get
Plus a boost from me.
Oh yeah, thank you. I might need it. He's not the best of shots. Oh dear God.
So you got success.
And he hits Maxine even though he didn't want to. No.
So that's actually a crit, by the way.
So crit, and how much damage?
7 base with 2 success, so that's 9.
Okay. Do you have any pierce?
No, it's just no.
Okay, so 9 damage. Go ahead and roll your percentile for the crit. Ooh. 82, that's decent.
With my second boost, my last advantage, I'm going to pass it on to the next person. So it only takes 2 to crit. And I'm going to quickly check my inventory to make sure I've got a spare reload. Because I know what Mr. GM's thinking.
That's what I normally do, but I think I'm going to mix it up this time.
Oh, I actually do have an extra I do have an extra reload, so in your face.
Okay, well,
yeah,
I'm going to make that despair actually ricochet off this creature and hit one of the moons.
Maxina, hit Maxina.
I'm not going to start off with her. So an 82 on the crit. Winded. Until the end of the encounter, the target cannot voluntarily suffer strain to activate any abilities or gain additional maneuvers. Alright, so that creature and the moon that it ricocheted off and hit get winded by that shot.
Well, as long as everyone can see that it was an accident, it was a ricochet, I can't do nothing about that. It was actually a good shot, but it was unfortunate.
It started off that way.
Yeah, it's just, that's one of the things.
That guy's probably going to have issue with you after this, I would think. Because that hurt.
I'll just stand behind my mate Shamra and be like, "What's up, bitch?" Got an issue? Got an issue?
Then,
have a tissue.
It's the creature's turn. And it's attacking moons that are nearby. There's currently a total of 4 armored and 3 unarmored left. It's attacking the armored one, like the 2 armored ones near it, and the 3 unarmored ones near it. Because otherwise it'd have to close on the other cluster of you guys. Wow, and it managed to miss. Alright, so that was anticlimactic. It'll give itself as a boost dice next time.
Alright.
Man, 3 yellow and a green and a boost dice versus 3 purple, and it missed.
Alright.
Next up is Davron.
Yep. Double check here something. Alright. So, 1, 2, 3. Okay. Not much of a combatant, but he takes the strain.
So you take 3 strain, and what are the 2 auto successes and threat from?
That's
Is that the
from
set
an
trigger?
attachment to my. I have a set trigger. So
Awesome.
the first time I use it in an encounter, it
Nice.
automatically clicks over.
All right.
And then I got a boost die from my accuracy and a boost die from that.
Alrighty then. So you hit it, and how much damage do you do?
Let's see, 9.
9.
And yeah, and I don't have any pierce or anything on it, so.
Okay. So next up will be someone else's turn. That. So I'm gonna do, let's see, that would be difficulty. So that is enough to do that and that. As you guys are watching because you guys are at medium range along with the 2 armored moons and Max, and then there's the 5 moons that are engaged with it basically, and or short range. It's got the long tentacle, so it's engaged at short with them basically. And you guys see from the side where these guys are at, a explosion lashes out, and it immediately looks like one of those claymores basically went off in the hallway, and one of the moons gets basically blown in half because it's 12 damage base, and the others each take damage because the blast triggered, and the creature takes some damage.
Nice.
So it did some damage to everyone else, but the guy that was right next to it and apparently set it off, he got blown in half. So.
See, all these things that could have been avoided. They just told us who they were before they got on the board.
And then, let's see here, next to you guys, let's see here. Actually, Davron, do you have a ranged defense?
Yeah. Let me double check, make sure I got that right. 1, 2. Yeah, I've got a ranged defense of 2.
Okay. That's not what I meant to do. So, okay, so another explosive goes off near Davron. It does not appear to be a claymore. It's some sort of other type of explosive that goes off, and you managed to evade it. It had no net successes to hit you. It had one advantage though, so it'll give what does an explosive do with a single boost die? Or a single advantage. Something else happens. Okay, we'll move on. So then it's the top of the round. The moons are the ones that are engaged with it are making a retreat, basically. The 2 that are with you guys are going to focus fire on it, on the Rathtar, and try to bring it down. Oh, did some work towards that. They do some more damage to it. One of the various tentacles on this thing gets blown off from the damage that's been inflicted on it so far from everyone shooting, and then it's your guys' go.
Alright, well, already being stacked up at the corner, I'm going to go ahead and use my maneuver to aim, giving myself a 3rd boost, and fire.
Okay.
And 9 damage. And I'll just pass 2 boost on to the next PC.
Okay. Next person up.
9 damage, had 3 pierce again, so.
Okay. All right.
Go ahead, Zach.
Okay, cool. So again, taking a maneuver to aim, and what did I get? 2 from Sean.
Yep.
Sweet ass. I'm gonna attempt to try and hit this guy without screwing up seriously. 2 yellow. Was it a black, a red, and a purple?
Yeah. Purple, red, black. Yeah.
Oh, there it is. Oh, that's a crit as well, mate. That's the money shot. That's going to be 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 damage with a critical. Where's that Kermit the Frog photo?
With the frog photo. What?
This is my best smug face.
Oh.
I haven't made it yet.
Alrighty. You put a hurting on that creature, and it's another critical, so roll percentile.
So, what do you add? 10 to that? 'Cause I've already
10, yeah, because it's already got 1 on it. So 74.
Hamstrung. Loses its free maneuver.
So it loses its free maneuver, and it can't suffer strain to take an extra maneuver. So all it can do is sacrifice its action for a maneuver if it wants to take a maneuver rather than attack.
So I've pretty much crippled it. It's lame.
Yeah, it's losing limbs.
Sweet.
All right.
Jackson's look over at Shanron, just give him a little wink with his little mincy blaster pistol that he's doing all this damage with.
Let's see here.
Yeah, and if you could see past my mask, you'd see me smiling.
Well, you need one of these, mate. You need a lucky hat.
My lucky coat wouldn't fit underneath this damn flight or spacesuit.
True that.
All right. So then it lashes out and it chomps down on one of the armored moons that was retreating and knocks a unarmored moon on his ass. So there's now 1 more retreating moon plus the 2 that you guys are standing near, and then there's 3 living total unarmored moons. This thing is not being as scary as I wanted it to be. Oh wow, it happens sometimes. And then it will be the last of your turn. So Davron, you're up.
So the blast or whatever got detonated went off somewhere behind us.
Actually near you, like
near me.
Yeah.
All right. I'll let the boys shoot at it. I want to figure out what just went off, and I'm gonna see if I can, from what's left, to see if I can determine what it was that just went off. You know.
Okay. Give me a perception check then.
All right.
Difficulty. I'll call it difficulty 2 red since it's already exploded.
Right.
Okay. In the heat of the moment, identifying a explosive after it's already gone off would be rather difficult, I would think.
Right. And I'm going to use a destiny.
Okay. All right. So success. It was some sort of grenade, and with the advantages, you're able to figure out it was actually a stun grenade that went off near your feet.
Oh, okay. No worries. All right, just one more thing to look for. I pass off all my advantages.
Okay. Well, the advantage is let you know that it was a stun grenade near your feet as opposed to just a grenade somewhere nearby.
Okay.
All right.
Roger
So
that.
then up is. That's the wrong dice pool. Another mine goes off near the creature. This one severs the unarmed or unarmored moon that fell to the ground. Fell on a mine and basically covered it up. It blew his guts up onto the ceiling, but it did not trigger the blast to injure everyone else, or he fell right on it. So, and then. Let's see here. That thing is damage. So, Sean and Davron, as you guys are there trying to figure out what's going on, and Sean, you're lining up your next shot and whatnot, like you're doing the whole like tracking where it's running to try to line up your shot. All of a sudden, you find your arm stuck, like you can't move it any further. Davron, you feel yourself as you're looking around, like you turn to look away, basically looking at where the explosion went off near your feet, and when you turn to look back to continue, you find yourself stuck. You feel something just holding you in place, and you're not able to move.
Mm.
Both of you feel this simultaneously. Davron, you realize that something is affecting you through the Force at the moment.
Great.
And then it is top of the round. The moons will take their shots at the creature. And they hit and they crit as well, and that actually will be enough. Yeah, between the moons that are all just like unloading at this thing, they combined with the shots that you guys did last time with the multiple crits and their crit, like this thing just kind of limbs go flying in every direction as it rolls and spins, and it's now flopping around doing the whole death crawl type thing. It's still dangerous because the saber, like the razor sharp teeth, if it rolls onto you, it's gonna hurt, but it's basically dead and just death rolling. So now it is one of y'all's turn. So Sean and Davron, you are immobilized at the moment.
I guess it's up to me to save the day again. So Jax will just kind of like blow on the end of his blaster pistol because he's the man, and he'll take another aim shot.
Okay. You're gonna try to finish it off and stop the death roll.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Failure.
Triumphant fail.
With an advantage. So, okay, I know what I'm going to do with that triumph. I know what will make sense. So you're taking aim, going to shoot for this thing to finish it off, and as you're aiming, like you're doing, or you have a pistol, right? So you're doing the whole aim thing, and you're trying to figure out like where on this round blob thing do I shoot to stop this death roll that can just roll over people and shred spacesuits, if or worse. And as you're taking aim, like it rolls in front of one of the armored moons that was walking up with you guys, or that you guys followed up here, and that moon is turning around to face you, and he's taking aim at you, and so your shot missed the blob because you end up shooting one of the armored moons who was taking aim at you.
What?
So, what's the base damage of your weapon again?
7.
7? Okay. So you do some damage to him and, like, keep him from making the shot that he was planning on taking.
Is Vera nearby?
She's up ahead a little bit.
Could I use an incidental to, like, shout to her?
Yeah. You could do that. I mean, not like a freaking novel or anything, but...
Yeah, I was going to be like, Vera, control your boys, what's going on?
At which point, like, she's, like, up there closer to the creature, so she's doing the whole, like, dodging away from the death ball thing, and she looks back at you like, what?
Your man's just tried to shoot me!
And then Sean and Devron, what are you guys going to do? Y'all have any actions planned for while you're immobile?
At least, I've thrown it out there at least, that she's aware now that somebody's just tried to take a shot at her.
Is there any way for I could oppose the sort of resist it? Because I know it says in the Force and Destiny that you can make an opposed check or something, but I'm not sure if that just qualifies for Force users or not.
I don't think there is an opposed for the basic bind power. Oh, resisting force power checks.
It said it would be up to the GM's discretion, basically.
Oh, it doesn't actually give guidelines for it.
Yeah.
Like in the moment, I'd say like it would grab you, but as far as resisting it, you can try to. Since this is a bind and you're not a force user, I'm not going to make it like a mental thing. It would actually be more athletics, like can you muscle your way out of a grapple type check.
Okay.
All
right. I doubt it'll work, but I'd be willing to try.
So it'd be athletics versus 2 red.
Yeah, I'm gonna fail this, but it's worth a try. Yeah, nils.
Wash.
Alright. So yeah, I'm still just sort of bound there.
Okay. And Devron?
You
could try to muscle your way out, or you could try to, since you're actually a force user and can sense the force, I would say you could try to do it discipline versus discipline, or you could do it athletics versus discipline, depending on what tactic you do to resist it.
Well, for starters, Davron, it's been a while since he's encountered the Force, and so for him, he's more like seeking it out. He's trying to identify where it's coming from.
Okay.
So he's not really moving anywhere, but more just like going inside of himself and trying to.
So do you actually want to make, you have Seek, right? So do you want to actually use the Seek power, or?
Yeah, the thing is this is part, I guess, that kind of throws me a little bit, is I have insight and general location. But see, I don't know anything about this person or anything, so
let's go with that second use of it, using a vigilance check opposed by discipline.
okay.
Because that lets you see through force illusions, so I would say that would allow you to sense the source of a force power similarly enough that we can use the same mechanics for it. I mean,
so I could spend. I'm going to oppose vigilance. Okay, yeah.
So you roll vigilance with your force die, opposed by discipline, which would be 2 red.
Okay. See if I interpreted this correctly.
Alright, so you got success and 2 threats, so you'll suffer 2 strain from the threat as you're fighting against the stronger presence in the force. You rolled the light pips, you rolled at least one you needed to see through the force illusion, and it leads you back to Maxima, the blue-skinned Twi'lek.
Oh, great. So,
she's sitting there. She's got her light pistol out and is like just taking blind shots towards the creature, but you can feel through the force that she's reached out and grabbed you and Sean. So what are you gonna do now? You want to do anything else with that information? Are you gonna inform anyone or what?
Well, she's only stopped us from moving, right?
Right.
So,
Sean. She's molesting you, huh?
Hey, it could be interpreted in many different ways.
Right.
It's like, I'm like, actually with the comms, since the comms are just between us 3 right now, I'm like, I'm like, Zach, so Maxine is here for her own reasons. If you're going to do anything, you might want to do it now.
Alright. So then it is Maxina's turn, and we now have a 3-way encounter because the 2 moon guards that were with her are actually with her. The other group that was with Vega are with her, and then there's you guys. The 2 moon guards with her start shooting at the moon guards. Start shooting at the guards that are with Vega, and I mean not Vega, Bira. And Maxina turns towards Jax, says, "Surrender now. You're under arrest." So Jax, what do you do when she demands your surrender?
Well, I've got my gun pointed at like her and her companions, and I'm kind of switching between the 3, and I'm like, on whose authority? What do you mean I'm under arrest?
Just like, wait, what?
Yeah.
All right. You can tell she's concentrated a bit. She lowers her pistol though, and actually she drops it at her side. She's concentrating on Davron and Sean, keeping them bound, or she's basically just dealing with you while her moon guards deal with Bira and the remains of that group. And they're having a firefight, but she's just focused on the 3 of you. And she says, "Your companion," looking at the Syrian, "is wanted by Imperial Security Bureau. There's a reward for him. If you surrender now, I can make it easy for you, and you'll be free within a week."
ISB? What the ISB want with him? Baby, come on. We had some good times. I know you remember Coruscant. Huh?
Yes, we
Well,
did.
we ordered room service for a week.
And at this point, the weird contraption on the back of her utility belt that Sean spotted before comes flying to her hand, and she ignites a double-bladed lightsaber.
Hang on, now I've known this bitch for years.
Right.
And this is the first time I'm kind of like getting any inkling that she's one of these
You've not
mystical
seen
voodoo
anything
people.
like that at all from her before. She's like, the security of the Empire and the safety of billions is on the line. Your friend is a threat to security.
Look, I'm freaking out right now. How many jobs did we pull together? You've been ISB all this time?
No.
So what are you working with the Imperials for?
She looks at you and said, "You know that mission that you think I screwed you on?
The mission you did screw me on, yeah. I remember the
No,
one
the
I'm
one
at.
you screwed me on because I got arrested.
You
ISB
big
captured
bitch,
me."
you left me there in the vault to get captured. It was only because I managed to hack my way out of there that I managed to escape by the skin of my teeth. You're the
Yeah.
one who made off with the loot. That was meant to be our score of a lifetime. We were supposed to retire.
But see, I knew you were going to screw me, and so I double-crossed you. And then
Baby,
I got caught.
the only time I ever screwed you was in a bedroom, and you know it.
She just looks at you, and for the first time, Jax, the eyes that you're looking into are not what you remember. Like, you realize that someone has fucked with her head hard.
Right, so she's not actually... Okay, so it's not the Maxine I used to know.
Right. Not at all. And it wasn't apparent until now. And so she's still focused and concentrating, and she's like, just surrender. It does not have to be harder than that. Her two goons have basically killed the other moons and switched to stun bolts and dropped Bira with stun bolts. Davron, you doing anything else? Like, you can feel her power in the Force. Are you doing anything to break free or anything? Or are you just listening and watching Jax go through this, like, mental meltdown of, like, what the hell is going on?
Oh no, it's Jax now. It was Kerr earlier. Some of these guys have some relationship issues and need to be worked out.
Okay.
So her concentration hasn't broken any,
No.
has it?
No, it has not.
Okay, what's the distance between me and her in, relative range?
Short range.
Short range? Okay. I'm gonna attempt to resist her restraints. All I want to do is get enough that I can toss one of these claymore things in her direction.
Okay. So, to resist it.
We still going with the 2 red?
Yeah, it's discipline versus discipline, basically. Or athletics versus discipline, depending on whether you're just muscling it or actually trying to break the force hold. And Sean, if you want to try to break it again, you can as well.
Okay. And
The GM's dice strikes again.
Man, I don't even. I mean, what do you do when you roll a despair as you're trying to muscle your way out of a force hold?
Pull a muscle.
The grip increases even tighter and he takes strain.
all right.
Actually, no, because she's using the dark side. The gripping gets tighter, and you actually take. We're gonna say 3 wounds, as like it actually slips into more of a forced choke rather than just a holding. Like, it's no longer just a grapple. It's not a big hand holding your arms in place. It's now like a hand holding you by the neck. You did partially like weasel a little bit out, but like you're now being suspended by the neck a little bit.
Okay.
So Davron, you got 3 successes. So you break free of her grip, and
I activate this claymore and throw it into the floor.
Okay. The Claymore uses mechanics as its attack roll.
Okay.
Short range. Um, so go ahead and roll short range. So she's got one purple, one red, one black still.
Okay.
Oh, wait, no, that was the other creature.
That was
She has.
two.
See, short range would be one purple normally. She would make that two red and one
Two
black.
red
Yeah,
and a
two red and
black.
one black.
Two red and one black. Okay. And I am going. I'm using one of my force abilities to drop the setback off. And roll big. Oh, you have two advantages. All right.
Two advantages. So that is enough to trigger the blast if you want, which would do 4 damage to all of you and
So
her.
all of us?
Yeah.
Her.
It'd do it to her 2 allies, her, and all 3 of you. It'd do 4 damage to all 6 of you. But I mean, soak applies. So for some people, that may be more or less.
Yeah. No, I understand. I'll go ahead and trigger it.
Okay. So all of you take 4 wounds. If your soak is 4 or higher, then obviously it doesn't do anything to you.
Right.
So she takes. Okay.
Circa 4, baby.
Yeah, it's a nice number whenever you find out, hey, it's blast 4. Oh, I have soak 4. All right, I'm not worried about this.
What do we do now?
All right, so Jax, back around to you. Davron just threw a claymore kind of in her general direction. It went off and like shrapnel sprayed all 6 of you. And most of you just bounce, like you and the 2 moons, it just bounces off the spacesuits. Davron or Sean, did either of you take damage?
No, soak 5.
Okay.
Soak 4 here.
All right. So the only person who seemed to have taken a lick of damage from the claymore going off is Maxina.
Bitch. Right, is there any cover nearby, like a desk or a terminal?
There's a hallway to jump behind and whatnot.
There's a what?
There's a hallway. Like you can just jump like around the hall.
Yeah, I'm gonna maneuver to like kind of get behind there and then kind of poke my gun out and take a shot, so I can kind of like lean out, pew, and then back again.
Okay.
Being the brave guy that I am. So yeah, I'm gonna aim for Maxina because I'm absolutely disgusted. I originally had another plan to try and like fool her that I wasn't actually me, but since the combat's kind of going off, I might as well get involved.
Okay.
Alright, so what am I rolling against, brother?
So you're now basically at short range still, so it'd be 2 red and 1 black.
2 red. Damn, she's tough. Shit. Okay, my failure is I miss her completely, and it looks like I was going for one of the moons.
Okay. All right.
And
what do you
I'll
use
shout
the
as an
damage?
incidental, baby, what are you doing this? She already explained it, but I'm just trying to. Oh no.
Of course, she's got a spacesuit on still, but I mean.
Yeah, I've seen that picture before somewhere.
Mm-hmm. You have. Several places, actually. She makes her way forward, and she makes a twist on the handle of her lightsaber, and those blades suddenly crackle with a blue lightning energy. And then she makes an attack on Sean. Sean, what's your melee defense?
1.
1. Okay. Actually, I realized I flipped the wrong destiny points earlier. She was using them, not you guys. Y'all full pull from it. Alright, she hit you with the first blade, and as she spun around to try to hit with the other, she kind of lost her footing a little bit. She takes 2 strain rather than hitting you with the backhanded blow. So with 3, that is a base of 7 becomes 9. So 9 stun damage coming your way.
Stun bypasses soak, right?
No, it does not. So you're 5, so basically you take 4 strain.
Okay.
Alright, and then it is 2 of your guys' turn.
Alright, well.
And she dropped the concentration on you, Sean, so you're now.
Oh, good.
So
Then I'm shooting at this bitch.
Okay. You are engaged with her. So that's difficulty 3 if you're using the. No. 1 base, plus 2 for engaged for heavy, so yeah, it's a 3. Which becomes 1 purple, 2. Or, no, actually, it's upgraded 3 times, so. It'd be 3 red and 1 black. Or you can maneuver away to short range and then shoot, and it'd be 2 red.
Do like a backwards roll and then come up into a shooting position. That'd look really cool.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking.
Okay.
As she hits me and the choke drops, he sort of just, as his feet hit the ground, he backward rolls and brings the rifle up and fires. Alright, I hit her.
Nice.
Pierce 3, so that's 10 damage.
Ow. Okay. Alright, so 10 damage to her. And then it is another one of you guys' turn.
Are we back at the top of the order, or was Jack's the bottom of the order?
Jax was the bottom of the order. She's the top of the order. So
Okay.
it's her, then 2 of you guys, then her moons, her 2
Okay.
lackeys, and then 1 of you guys.
Roger that. Okay. Jack, you gonna try sweet talk her again?
Yeah,
After Claymore's gone off and Sean just blew part of her guts over the wall. Yeah, sweet talking's gonna work now.
well, unless you've got any of those like little fancy tricks of yours, I'll take a shot.
Go ahead.
All right. In which case, I will take a shot. 2 red, was it?
2 red and a black.
Okay. Son. No advantages. I don't know. I mean, what did Sean call out what he was doing with that spare advantage of his, or?
Oh, yeah, you can have it boost.
Oh, thanks very much, buddy. Waste not, want not.
Did you roll already, or?
No, I'm just
okay.
assembling the pool now. So I was just seeing if I could wheedle that advantage, that boost die.
Gotcha.
Bam!
So 4 successes and an advantage. So that does how much damage?
That will do 10 damage.
So 10. And does your weapon have?
Nothing, just stun and superior. That's all it's got.
You all have slightly different things, so I'm trying to keep track of that.
Yeah, no, mine's just a basic blast.
And what are you going to do with your boost dice?
Pass it on.
Alright.
Pay it forward.
Let's see here. So 10 damage. Alright. Next up would be the 2 moons. They are going to fire at Sean. And I'll give you a choice. I mean, they're not technically minions, but I was treating them as minions before as far as just focus firing and having a better dice pool by both of them focus firing, or I'll do 2 separate dice pools at worst dice pool, your choice. You just want the 1 attack?
Yeah, just do the 1 attack.
And then your range defense is 1? Okay. So they are at short range. So, boom. So that will do. So carbines do 8 base, I believe. Yeah, so 9 stun damage to you, Sean. And the 3 advantages, they will pass boost dice off to Maxina. So then it is Davron's turn. Davron, you're muted.
I was getting to it. I'm just double checking something real quick here. So, all right. So she's a. Is everybody at engaged range, or the 2 moons back behind her then?
They're behind her. They're at short range. She's engaged with Sean. You can be engaged or short.
Right.
Short, I backed away.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he backed away.
So, she's engaged. Or no, actually, she's not. She's at short with Sean at the moment because he backed away. She'd be basically engaged range with you, and short range from Jax. So.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. And one other question: Vera? How far out is she? What range band is she in?
Vera, she's at medium basically from where you are, and she's unconscious on the floor.
Right. I was just curious if tossing another one of these claymores. I'm
you
tempted to
don't want to accidentally blow someone up. I gotcha.
Yeah. Does it have like a piece of sticky film on it that I can just run up and slap it on somebody?
Not really, no.
Okay. All right.
It may have at one time, but it's a little bit old at this point.
Right. Okay. So let's see. So she's 2 red.
See, she's engaged with you. So, do you want to move back or?
No. I have a melee weapon. I just wanted to know what the.
Okay, so engaged with a melee weapon would normally be 2 purple. She upgrades it 3 times, so it'd be 1 purple, 2 red, and 2 black for her melee defense.
Okay. Double check on. Okay, sounds good. All right. So 1 purple, 2 red, 2 black. Correct?
1 purple, 2 red, 2 black, yeah.
Okay. See how bad it gets. Yep, that was bad.
What's your melee weapon again?
It's a stun rod.
So, let's see. You're the only one in engaged range.
Right.
So, she, as you go to hit her with it, like, she butts with the middle part of her double-bladed lightsaber into your nose, and then brings it down and disarms you, brings it across your wrist, knocking the stun baton out of your hand. So you take the 1 strain, and you're disarmed.
All right, no worries. Okay, and then for my other, I'm going to roll in the direction of the two moons. Or try to place myself in between the two of them.
Okay. Alrighty. So then it is top of the round. Her turn. And she will... She's got those 3 boost dice. She's going to maneuver to close on Sean again. Because his gun hurt the most, so he when you hurt the most, you become #1 threat. I mean, so there's that. So she's trying to double attack with her weapon, and she is actually going to use the crippling blow talent, which makes it 1 difficulty higher even. Alright, let's see if she can hit. She does hit. So that's 1 success, that's 7 strain coming at you. Then she'll use 2 advantages to hit you for another 7 strain. And then 1 advantage to pass a boost dice to the moons when they go. And you got hit by crippling blow. That means that for the rest of the encounter, whenever you move, you suffer 1 strain. If you take a maneuver to move away. So. Sean, that expression pretty much sums that up. All right. Next up would be 2 of you guys.
All right. Engaged was going to be 3 red, correct?
With the heavy weapon, yeah, 3 red and 1 black.
All right. I can't move. I only got 1 strain left.
Nice. Wow. So 3 successes, 2 threats, a triumph, and a despair. So, what do you want your triumph to do? Do you want it to be a crit, or you want to do something else with it?
Let's see. What can I do with the triumph?
Disarm her.
I'm going to say it disables her lightsabers.
I don't think you'd be able to disable them. Knock them away. You could.
When dealing damage to a target, have the attack disable opponent or 1 piece of gear rather than dealing wounds or strain.
Oh, rather than, okay. So if you want to do that, yeah, you can do that.
Yep. I'm going to say it disables them. It makes I shoot the lightsaber.
Okay. Alright, so you shoot the lightsaber. The 2 threats will be you suffer strain.
Alright, well,
and
yeah, I shoot that and I drop unconscious.
And we'll say you shoot the lightsaber and like you hit it like in the middle and you basically like they go spiral. It actually splits it in half and sends the 2 halves flying away disabled. Because, I mean, it's not technically broken, but they're not going to work for a while. And then the despair. Okay, I know what I'm going to do. So you shoot the lightsaber, it breaks it in half, and it goes flying. But on their way flying out of her hands, one of them pitters out faster than the other one. So one engaged piece is going to hit Nathan's character on its way by before doing anything. So Nathan, take a 7 strain damage, and then your soak applies and whatnot.
Sorry.
And then it's the second one of y'all's turn, and I think Nathan's. Oh, there he is again. Okay. So Jax or Davron, who's going next?
Hey, I got a question. The armor these Muns are wearing, is it like sectional pieces? Like you have a chest plate and then like leggings and stuff?
Well, I mean, it's a
all
spacesuit that's
steel?
armored, so
Spacesuit that's armor? Huh. Okay.
it's like what boarding parties would use whenever they don't know if there's going to be atmosphere whenever they get over there.
Right. Okay. Hey, Jax, you got an action, or what are you gonna do?
It's one of y'all's turns. So.
I understand. I just need to figure out if he wants to go or if we.
I'll take a shot.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, so how's Max doing?
Well, she's had her lightsaber blown in half.
Nice.
And she seems rather startled by that as Sean falls at her feet.
And she does have that effect on men. Right, well, I'm going to try and put her out of her miserable, black-hearted. Okay, so I've got my boost dice to play with, so 2 red and a black, is it?
Yeah, if you're at short range, it'd be 2 red and black.
Boom!
So 3 and a triumph. What are you going to do with your triumph?
Well, I don't know.
Got so excited about the
so-
triumph, he doesn't know what he
Well,
wants to
I'm
do.
going to see how she's looking after this damage. So, she takes 9 damage.
9 damage. Alrighty. And you don't have any pierce, so okay. That time she is going to suffer some strain, and oh wait, no, she doesn't have a lightsaber anymore. Never mind, she's not going to do that.
No
So
reflect.
she will take some damage as she gets shot in the arm.
Okay. Oh, crap. No, I can't use the triumph as a critical, can I? So I've like
Yeah, you can.
incapacitated her. Can I?
Yeah, you can use it as a critical.
All right, and she's taken some crits already, has she?
She has not had a crit. No, that was the Rathtar had been critted by like everybody and their mother apparently.
Okay, well,
It's like
she's
this
gonna-
creature, it couldn't hit even though it had 3 yellow dice and a green, and then it got crit. Okay, well this thing's
Well,
not
she's
crit
gonna
anymore.
get it now.
Okay, so go ahead and roll percentile then.
Actually, I wouldn't even call that a crit. I'd call that a scratch.
7. Slow down. They can only act during the last allied initiative slot on their next turn. So actually, that's pretty significant.
Okay.
Because she's already gone for this turn, and next turn she goes last. So Davron will get to go now, and then both of y'all will get to go again before she gets to go. So
Cool.
that's one of those ones that, like, depending on when you hit it, it could be pretty significant.
Yeah.
Like if she had rolled last anyway, it's like, oh, okay.
Yeah. I just saw the number 7. I was just like, meh. But yeah, she went first, didn't she? So that's good.
Yep. So then it's the moon's turn. Sean's down. They are going to turn their fire on Jack, since you have a weapon in hand and Davron's been disarmed.
Okay, I'm in partial cover from like the wall, so can I get setbacks against them?
What's your normal range defense 1?
1, yeah.
Okay. And they'll get another setback because they get a setback because of that, and you'll have 1 higher soak against their attack because the wall hopefully will take some of the hit for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'll take it.
Yeah, they hit. It's Carbine, I believe, is 8 base, so that 1 soak makes it 7, and then your soak of 4, right? So
5 with the wall.
okay, so yeah, it's 8 becomes 3 strain you take.
That's on stun. Nice. Okay.
Yeah, they're on stun.
Damn.
And then it would be Davron's turn.
All right, so I'm technically in between these two moons, and
Basically, yeah.
now,
You're
are we
like the two moons and maxing it are kind of making a triangle around you right now. So.
Oh, okay. Now the question I have, these claymores, are they actually circular like claymores and they actually blow out in the same direction? Like in a
they
claymore,
blow out in an arc, basically. But in the confines of these halls with metal ceilings and roofs and floors, like once they start bouncing, there's no telling where shrapnel's going to go.
Right. Are they wearing they got like a belt or anything on?
They got utility belts.
Okay. So I'm gonna make I guess like an athletics check, and I'm gonna jam one of these. I'm gonna come up off the floor because I was in a crouching position. I'm gonna come up off the floor and jam one of these claymores into their utility belt.
Okay. This will be a mechanics check because I mean, like you got to get it in facing the right way, flip the switch, and all that good stuff. So, mechanics check. Difficulty would be 2 purple because it's basically a melee attack. The way you're going about it.
Right.
So it'd be 2 purple and 1 black, I think.
Okay. Now I'm gonna flip a destiny.
Okay.
Change it. Now, when you say a triangle, so the guys are basically are they facing each other like this,
No,
or they're facing?
A doorway, basically, where one of them's on each side of the doorway.
Okay.
So
Right,
you rolled up kind of like just inside the other side of the door frame from them, basically, and you're reaching up,
right.
trying to ruin this guy's day.
Yeah. Oh, and he milled out. I got a dud.
Yeah. All right, you pull the pin and like duck around the corner, and it doesn't go off.
All right. Well, at least I got something to shoot at.
Sat there waiting with his hands over his ears for the explosion, which just doesn't come.
All right, top of the round would normally be her turn, but that crit you gave means it's now your 2 turn, then the moon's, then her. So.
All right.
Hang
So
on a sec. So where's Davron in respect to what's going on? So I've got something that could be heroic or it could be disastrous, depending.
Basically, there's a door frame with a moon on either side of the door frame.
Right.
Down that opens is facing the hall, where you're down around the corner of the hall. You're at basically you're at medium range to the moons. Davron is just on the other side of their door frame, so he's basically medium range to you. Max is short range to you, between Davron and you. So.
Right. Okay, what I'm thinking is, and I've just been reading up on this, I've got quick flash burning gel. Okay, and this gel is pretty nasty, and it can be used as a weapon with like burn 10 and PS5 and all. It's like an acid. What I was thinking, if you'd allow it, is for me to throw this, and like when it gets like between the 2 moons, it'll be a hell of a heroic shot. But to try and shoot it so it explodes and like starts eating through the armor of these 2 guys.
Yeah.
Or just throw it on the floor between their feet if they stood side to side, and then shoot it, and hopefully the explosion is just like, as long as it starts eating through their armor, that's what I'm after. But I want to make sure I don't hit Davron, and I certainly want to make sure I don't hit Sean.
Not hitting Sean would not be hard with that idea. Okay. Not hitting Davron and hitting the moons would be a lot trickier because they're all in engaged range with each other, basically. Like
I might shout then as an incidental, Davron, get away from him, and then he could act first, and then I go.
Okay. I will say, if you roll a despair on this check, you know what's happening to Davron.
Yeah. Hey, he's got a bounty on his head. It's a risk I'm willing to take. It's a win-win.
Thanks.
All right, so Davron, you're gonna go first then.
Yeah, I'm gonna back up further into the hallway then.
So
Maybe
back
get more
towards
position
Max.
behind the door.
Okay. So you're backing up from the two moons towards the Twi'lek that has dropped Sean. Check. And this fight's taking longer than I thought with the way these dice are rolling. All right, Jax, you're up.
All right, cool. Well, yeah, is he not? That's his maneuver. Can he like not attack?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can. I mean, he can. He doesn't have a weapon in hand, so unless you've got a quick draw
Tackle
or
him.
some clocker, I mean.
I have quick draw. I'll
Okay.
clock her with one of these things of one of these claymores that come rolling up and whack.
Yeah, they're not going off. They probably have more success with hitting her in the face with it.
Rise and shine, sweetie.
All right. So it's a melee attack with an improvised weapon.
Yeah, it's always fun.
That we all have ideas of what triumphs and despairs on this roll is going to be. That Claymore wasn't a dud, guys, and it was facing me when it went off in my hand.
I got a meaty pulp, and my wife will be opening my ketchup bottles.
So it'd be 1 purple, 2 red, 2 black for a melee attack.
Right. Okay.
Y'all are getting crazy with these ideas and giving me lots of ammo for what despairs could be in this case.
Hey, that's all that matters. Go for victory. No despairs.
Well, that's good. You go to swing at her, and like this is not weighted properly for using as a melee attack, and like she easily ducks underneath the swing, and it like clangs off the wall and bounces back and smacks you in the forehead and take 2 strain.
At least I'm out of the zone.
All right.
All right,
Jax,
Jack.
you're up.
Right. So so how far apart are these two moon guards and space armor?
Across a hallway from each other, so 3 or 4 feet, basically.
All right. Well, it's like a liquid gel. So I'm hoping like when it lands, it kind of.
Does it have blast to it, or is it just burn?
One sec, I'll tell you. Burner gel, activating the acid, eating away whatever it's been applied to. It's used for getting through starship holes and stuff like that. It says if it were a weapon, it deals 10 damage, burn 5, pierce 5, weapon qualities.
Okay.
Requires no skill check. However, placing it correctly and effectively might be at the GM's discretion.
Yeah, because you're not just like normally people would take this and like they'd line it on a door that's in the way or whatever.
Yeah, basically I just want to kind of like toss it at them.
Throwing it at them, so it'll be a ranged light check.
Okay.
Right. And so they would have normally it'd be 2 purple and a black, but because this is such an improvised weapon, I'm going to give you 2 setbacks. Yeah.
Thing is, though, it's just liquid until it gets activated by some sort of heat source.
So I mean, unless a despair goes off. And actually, wait a minute. You're planning on shooting it to ignite it, right? So
yeah.
So actually, I guess we don't really actually have to make the attack
roll. I
roll.
was hoping to use this as an incidental, just to toss it.
So you can toss it, and we'll say that. I mean, because of where they're positioned, you're going to have to make the guess as to when to shoot it to ignite it before it actually impacts them, because like they're like in the doorway and have part cover as well and that kind of thing. So it'll just be a ranged attack roll. You'll have the 2 setbacks because you're not shooting at a normal target. You're shooting at a slosh of paste that's flying through the air.
Yeah, I think it's in like a little bag or something, like a plastic bag full of like squishy stuff. That's what it is. It's like it comes in like a
Okay.
like
Yeah, so
plastic
2
bag.
setbacks. And it'll be 2 purple, so it's 2 purple, 2 black to shoot this
Okay.
thing.
And I'm gonna flip.
It's one of those things that's relatively easy to hit, but will it go off at the moment you want it?
Okay, I'm flipping. This needs to work.
Come on, Big Jan.
Wish me luck, boys. Boom!
Oh!
He triumphs!
So,
Jax pulls it out of nowhere.
Claymore's
This guy
in his
is so
arm.
badass.
so yeah,
Lucky hat to
that'll
show
be
you.
what it was. He threw it on the guy that he put the claymore on. The actual damage, there's 14 damage to him, which would melt through his suit and melt through him. And the Triumph detonates the claymore that's on his belt, which we'll say happens to be facing the other moon. So the other moon will take damage from a claymore going off at point blank, basically.
I was hoping to get some sort of spray off the shot because the acid will go
some
on
of
each
it's
of them.
sprayed out on the deck behind him. So,
Yeah, once it starts touching their armor and melting through, if there's no oxygen on this ship, or in the section we're in, because life support's not on, they're going to implode.
Yeah.
That was the whole idea.
Yeah,
of
you take
the
out
attack.
both of them with that.
Yeah, there you go. That's what I wanted.
Both moons go down. So now you got... It would be their turn. Now it's Max's turn. She... So Sean's down. She turns and runs.
Which direction?
Back towards... Not towards the cargo hold where the Wrath Tar came from. Back the way you guys came.
I love playing baseball. The pitching claymores is, just
Not the
right up
same
there.
thing. No, it's not.
Oh crap!
She's going to maneuver away, and then action will be maneuver away as well. So she's going down the hallway and around the corner already.
All right. Heck, I'm collecting the souvenir, and we'll double check on Mr. Sean here.
Okay, so you're picking up her lightsabers. Is that what you meant by the souvenirs?
Oh heck yeah! Even in 2 pieces, I can still probably make something out of it.
All right. And checking on Sean, he's going to have a bad headache because he's gotten hit by multiple stun weapons. But and he's got some pretty serious bruising and whatnot.
Yeah, I was gonna say the only wounds he took was from the choking, so he's gonna have some serious bruised throat.
Right. Like someone karate chopped you in the Adam's apple a couple of times, basically.
All right.
So you're picking that up. Jax, your turn. You're muted.
In hot pursuit after Maxina.
Okay. Giving chase. All right. And let's see here. So Davron basically is out of combat rounds. It's now Maxina's turn. She's going to keep running. So she'll run some more. And you say chasing. And that's the one thing I don't know about the system is how to resolve a chase if there's... It's one thing if one side has one of those talents that says, hey, you get all these bonuses during a chase. But...
Well, I've got rapid reaction, so like
I think
with
it's
initiatives involved. I could take train to have a success, so I could like maybe kind of start catching her up, maybe.
I think it's opposed athletics for a chase.
Oh, is it?
Is it athletics?
Well, that sucks.
Chases, 247 and Force and Destiny.
Now, my best guess is she's heading back for that shuttle that they boarded on, so I'm going to try and, as I'm running, I'm going to like try and hail the ship that we came in on, see if I get any response from Debo or Rosh.
The chase rules are competitive piloting checks because it's normally a starship or vehicle combat. In this case, I think you're right. I think it'd either be athletics or coordination.
Yeah.
Yeah, coordination sounds about right. Guess which one's better for me.
Well, it's the same one is better for her, so I mean, pick one, you roll it, and she'll roll the same. So.
Like you can do an opposed check, essentially.
Yeah.
The amount of successes would increase the distance.
Yeah, and basically, if someone gets a net where if someone goes up a triumph, then they get far enough away. Like if she gets a triumph, she's far enough away that she's actually a maneuver ahead. If you get a triumph, you'll be a maneuver closer, so you'll get
I'm
a
only
shot.
rolling green, so there's no chance of any triumphs.
Okay. And it's coordination. And oh wow, she doesn't have any ranks in it either. She's rolling just greens.
Oh.
I see. I know her better than she thinks. But I do get a boost dice.
You get a boost dice?
Yeah. What? From a talent called
athletic or something like that.
Boost operator.
But no, it's not that. Was it? Yeah, Stalker. Add boost dice for 1 rank of stealth or coordination. I'm stalking her.
So you got 2 successes and 4 advantages. So you net were up 1 success and 1 advantage.
I'm coming, baby.
You catch up some. Let's see here. Man, I don't know.
What if it was just closing the range distance? Because normally, if you take an action, right, if you take a move, you can change the range bands somewhat. If she's too far away, I mean, if she's in a medium range, you'd close the distance to short range.
Well, I mean, the problem is that
closer than that.
If both parties are not spending strain to get a second maneuver and an action, then she goes first in initiative, so she runs away 2, then he runs 2 closer. And he ends up at the short range that he started basically every time. But they're so similar in athleticism that, barring some luck,
maybe she takes a wrong turn and runs into a dead end or something. Is there any way we can find
It's one of those frameworks. Triggers that bad boy. Pressure plate.
All right, so as you guys run along,
well, could I like try and contact one of our droids on board the ship and tell them to close a certain door? Like scan for doors and have them close it. I mean, I'm just trying to.
They are like y'all are in the area that they've worked on, not that your droids have worked on right now.
No, true. Okay.
By the time you get back to that area, you'll basically you'll have already passed their shuttle. So I'm going to spend a destiny point to say she gets far enough ahead that you're having trouble catching her, and other than just taking pot shots as she rounds corners and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And as she gets close to the ship, she realizes that you're going to catch her once she slows down to close the airlocks. So she turns outside the ship, and she's going to suffer 2 strain, have run, and then still take an action. And she's going to attempt to force bind you.
It's coming back to haunt me.
She got a dark side point, so she will force bind you. Just like push you up against the wall, basically, as you round the corner type thing, push you into that corner and holds you, and says, "Stop. You've won the day. We'll meet again." And like she keeps focus on you as she backs into the ship and or into the airlock.
Trying to speak.
Yeah.
Baby, I love you. I'm just like appealing to her heart. If you know, if you've got any feelings for me whatsoever. I know the time we spent together meant something to you.
As the airlock closes.
Bitch.
She keeps an eye on you until she backs into her ship, and the second one closes. And so she's got that whole like dramatic stare going on. Part of it because of the Force thing, but part of it because of the haunting words at the end that you gave her. And then once
when the bind's released, I'll just fall to I'll just sink to 2 knees and just look at the door. It's like the airlock disengages. Slowly shake my head.
Alrighty.
Again.
Alright. So status with Sean.
At this point, we're going to go ahead and fade to our Tides of Change because we've played a lot later than I meant to.
Combat went way
so off. Yeah. Well, and when both sides are like miss, crit, miss, crit. It's like, okay, guys, can we not just hit and actually do anything? We're just going to crit and miss each other all night long. All right, so the Tides of Change this time. The next session we're picking up 3 years later. It's titled A Thief by Any Other Name. So the question for the Tides of Change is, what character other than Maxina from your character's past will complicate your lives in 3 years?
Wow.
Well, hang on. What's happening with this cargo and the Black Sun and?
I'll cover that here in a minute.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be tough for Davron. He's been keeping such a low profile. The only people he associates with are Jackson and Sean. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it could be from the previous adventure. I mean, it could be the Senator or that Admiral, or it could be Tink. It could be the Rhodian. I mean...
yeah. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna use the past. When he had the vision of the bounty hunter guy.
That guy.
Yeah. Yeah. He's connected the pieces to Maxina through us. So he figures by getting a hold of us first, he can get closer to Maxina.
All right. Next.
Alright, Shonrar's hunting mentor has turned bounty hunter and is after not only Dav for being a Force user, but also after Shonrar for the trouble he got into with the Empire before meeting up with these two.
Okay.
Jax decides it's far too dangerous hanging around with these two criminals, so he goes his separate ways. Retires on a sheep farm somewhere.
A very good episode 3.
Nah. Okay, so the person that like I was stealing from on that huge heist. It was like gems, and we were trying to. I don't know. I'll let you hash out the names and stuff. But basically, that heist that Maxina bailed on me on and left me to like the whim of the guy who owned all the jewels we were trying to steal, and they were stolen because she got away with them. I managed to escape, but he's actually looking for me now. He's got wind that I didn't. Rumors of. Yeah.
I'm going to word that in the poll as the owner of the prize that where Max and Jax's team up went sour gets wind of Jax.
Yeah, that'll do.
Alrighty, and we will go ahead and end our broadcast there. Everyone, please stay tuned. We'll have a kind of a wrap up of the epilogue of this episode on the Facebook page, and we'll summarize events at the beginning of the next episode. Thank you for watching.
Thanks, guys.